Play. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
There have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2000.
If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance. There
have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Babrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50, I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, I am sure that he won. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
Ready? Play.
No. If you just give me my microphone then. Oh, okay. Hi, Botic. First of all, how was the training session today?
Yeah, I think we had a good practice session. First we played some doubles, and we ended with some single points. So it was a long one, but I think we played some good level. So I think everybody's happy in the team, and I think we're ready for it today.
And you seem like you're having fun as well.
Yeah, definitely. The team is having a lot of fun. We know each other quite well. We play already quite some time with each other. So and off court we hang out a lot. So it's nice. Yeah, it's a good atmosphere, I think.
Good. You mentioned in your press conference earlier about some of the difficulties you had this year. Obviously, an injury following that loss to Runa. But you said also that was quite a mental challenge as well, getting over that loss, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think I was 29 after Munich or top 30. I don't know the ranking by number, but yeah, then not playing with an injury for a while, having to stop, picking up another one, losing some points, and yeah, going to 60, 70. It's difficult. I think it's also part of tennis, but I never had it before. So I think the first time is always tough when you go down in the rankings.
Was the Runa sort of injury in that final as well? Was that distracting for you, or did that not bother you at all?
No, not during the final. No, definitely not. So yeah, from Madrid on to Rome, Roland Garros. Then I stopped for 2 weeks. Had to miss the Dutch grass tournament, and then I started playing again with some difficulties. And then afterwards I twisted my ankle, so I was out again for a couple of weeks. So yeah, I came back during US Open, and then have to find the rhythm, the movement. Of course, everything in the beginning is tough when you didn't play for a while. So yeah, I think at the end of the year I picked up some good wins, and I played a little bit better tennis. So yeah, that's also giving a confidence boost.
I'm gonna just ask you a question. Just want to show you some pictures, and I just want you to tell me what you think. Okay, here's the first one, and you can probably see it. What's your first thoughts when you see this picture?
I think we played a terrible doubles in Rotterdam. Yeah, I think we played Gilet. No, I'm not sure actually. Who did we play here? Gilet Vliegen, I think. That's correct, huh? Yeah, we didn't win, so no, but we had fun. I think we always have fun when we play together with the doubles. So yeah.
Are you expecting to play both doubles and singles this week?
Not sure. There are some options, so we have a lot of options in doubles, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Who's better.
Next picture is this one, which is from US Open 2021. Are your overall thoughts positive, or do you still think that did you dream bigger even then?
No, I think overall, I think this was against Schwartzman.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, first quarter final. Yeah, when you're gonna start in qualies, when somebody says you're gonna be in the quarterfinals, I think you sign for it. So no, really positive feeling about this one, and I think Medvedev was just too good in the quarters. I think the whole tournament he was just too good.
Yeah. Next picture is this one.
I'm not eating cheese.
You're not eating cheese?
No, not like on bread and stuff. Or no, I don't eat cheese a lot. Let's say.
You know, you have something with Rafa Nadal. He doesn't eat cheese either.
No. Yeah. Oh, that's a good thing, huh? Maybe. Yeah. No, it's no, I don't eat it like other Dutch people. Like they always had it for breakfast and everything. But yeah, I'm not eating this one.
This picture, you and him shaking hands at the left. What does this make you think of?
Yeah, first time I played him. I think in the beginning I was a little bit overwhelmed, like he walking on court, and yeah, then they say all his best results he won it like a couple of times. So
at least it wasn't Philippe Chatrier, I guess. I don't know if that made any difference.
No, that's true. We played on Zandschulp. Yeah. So yeah, but I think it was great first match against him there. First 2 sets. Didn't play quite well, but yeah, of course.
The last picture I have for you is.
Yeah, I think Djokovic at the moment is. Yeah.
Is it impossible?
Yeah, I think it's tough to argue with somebody who's winning so many titles. But yeah, then you have Roger. He is like did so much for the sport, I think, and he's like. I think they're all different in a way. So. I think it's tough to say somebody is the GOAT, but on results-wise, yeah, you have to go with Djokovic, of course. But yeah, maybe classy-wise, maybe you go Federer, and I think Rafa is what he's doing. Like Shields was asking a nice question, actually. He said if 2 of the Grand Slams would have been on clay and not on hard, for example, how many would Rafa have won? Yeah, I think they're all great, amazing players. Maybe the best three players at the same time we're gonna see for a long time.
Thank you, Botic.
Thank you. No worries.
Thank you.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning on what is a pretty special day in tennis as Rafael Nadal potentially says goodbye to 20 years of a professional career. He has got a singles match to deal with against Botic van der Zandschulp. Just looking at various people in the crowd, we've seen the family there. I believe that Novak Djokovic is there. At least he suggested that he would be there. Do get your thoughts in the live chat. I'll be sharing them. I'll try and focus on the match, but of course there are obvious distractions. But anyway, I think regarding Nadal, I was watching him practice with Carlos Alcaraz today, and the serve was firing anyway, which is, I think, going to be quite important if he's to win and give Spain an excellent chance of progressing to the semi-finals and, of course, also furthering his career. Nadal will serve first. I'm guessing he won the toss, but maybe somebody else can suggest elsewhere in the live chat. I've got the volume down. Nadal is going to serve first against Botic van der Zandschulp. He's played him twice before at Wimbledon and also the French Open. Pretty much back-to-back, those two, or at least the tournaments were. It's Botic van der Zandschulp, though, who's won the first point on the Nadal serve. So there go he was serving very well in practice. Comments as Botic gets a point. Yeah, a lot of people commenting on the Nadal emotion during the hi Alexa, yeah, a lot of emotion there from Rafa, of course, at the prelude to this as they were lined up. A minute's silence for the victims in Valencia as well. Second serve here for Botic to look at. Love 15 on the Nadal serve. Decent return from Botic. Certainly he's making inroads in on the Nadal serve, but it is actually Nadal who wins the next point after Botic goes long. A lot of support, of course, for Nadal in the chat. Please do hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, hit subscribe as we bring you all the tennis content from all over the world. And today, the tennis world's eyes, including those teary ones of Rafa, are on Malaga and more specifically, the Davis Cup. And Nadal's second serve here just goes wide with that one. Botic, by the way, looking unflustered. Could be playing someone who's, 500 in the world, or he could be playing a legend of the sport in the face of Rafa Nadal. And by the way, see, Rafa has got the bull emblem on his bandana, which is obviously a new thing. A lot of promotional stuff from Nike we've seen in the last few hours. Botic here on the attack. Can Rafa get his forehand on this? No, he cannot, or not with the purchase that he would need to get it over the net. So it's 15-30. Not seen them yet. Not seen them yet. By the way, please do hit subscribe if you are new to the channel. I can see many new names in the live chat, and it would be great if you could subscribe. And hit the like button too. Anyway, on the Nadal serve here. Forehand from Botic into the backhand of Rafa. Rafa going down the line. Rafa in on the attack. He's going to not need to hit that one, though. It's 30 all. 30 all. Important point for Rafa. You don't want to be facing 2 break points. So, if you want to join the live chat, you're going to need to subscribe. Anyway, Nadal serving here, 30 all. He's going to try and put the emotion aside. He was emotional just before. That serve volley, though, is probably not good enough, but he's got away with it because Botic hasn't punished him. He's put a backhand into the net, and it's game point, Rafael Nadal. Feel free to share any Nadal thoughts, either on the match today or on Nadal's career and some of your memories. Do let them free in the live chat, and I will try and address some of them, if not all of them, during this. But please do hit subscribe if you want to join the live chat. Nadal to serve, 40-30, game point. Wonderful serve down the tee. Should win the point from here, and does. The clenched fist celebration there suggests he's happy with that one. 1-0 or 1-love to Spain. But perhaps today I'm going to be mentioning Nadal a bit more often than his nation. Do accept my apologies. So not seen Roger or Nole yet. But as soon as I do see either of them, I'll let you know. So 2-love the head-to-head. Yes, I remember those 2 matches pretty well. The French Open of 2022, Rafa en route to the title, with Rafa winning that one in straight sets. He also won the one at Wimbledon in straight sets, albeit the tiebreak was very, very tight, I remember. Spoke to both players after that match, actually, from memory. So Nadal gets on the board. 1-love, he leads. And it's Botic to serve, 15-love. John, did you change your PFP to the Rafa? No, I didn't, no. No, I didn't need to, but it's lovely to see so many people doing so. Good for them. But, yeah, here we are. Okay, 15-love on the Botic serve. I'm watching on, well, a combination of Tennis Channel and Amazon Prime or Eurosport. I'm not really sure. I'm watching in German anyway. Do let me know where you're tuning in from. Wonderful. Is that forehand going to land in? Or am I getting a little bit giddy and excited? I suspect I am, because the reaction from Nadal was not one of joy. But let's see. I think it's just landed out. That classic forehand of his. Yeah, just out. 30-love to Botic van der Zandschulp. Forehand return from Rafa's also going to go wide. So it is 40-love now. Goes into the net on the first serve, does Botic. Where are you going to go on this one? Nadal at least has a point on Botic's serve. I think actually probably the biggest sort of distraction for Rafa might well come in the first game or two, but now I'm sure he's settled into, I want to win this tennis match, as he's done so often in the past. Hello. Good to see some new people joining the chat, and glad that you're here. If you want to join the live chat, you're going to have to hit subscribe. But listen, Nadal has now made more inroads on the Botic serve. So Botic here down the tee. And it's a double fault from the Dutchman. Maybe it's the Dutchman who's getting a little unnerved by things. I mean, the atmosphere, as you can imagine, is raucous. Yeah, those second serves from Botic there. First serve again into the net from Botic. 8 minutes on the clock. We're at deuce. Forehand return from Rafa is more of a blocked return. I think he could have done a bit more with that. Now it's Botic on the attack, Rafa on the defensive. Botic now inside in forehand, but Rafa defends well. Backhand from Rafa. Not much depth there from Rafa. We'll need to get a few more, and that's too much depth. In other words, it goes long. Advantage Botic, game point. There are around 1,000 Dutch people in the crowd, apparently. Wesley Koolhof, of course, is retiring as well. The doubles legend is retiring at this tournament. Of course, we had his former partner and also doubles legend, Neil Skupski, in the live chat last week. If you want to join the live chat, do hit subscribe. And there we go. Botic has held after a backhand return from Rafa goes into the net. Yeah, I'm going to write this here. If you want to join the live chat, just hit subscribe. Plus, you will see that figure in the bottom left tick over. And you can do a little dance. There we go. By the way, Great Britain as well are involved in a dogfight. They're in a third match rubber against Slovakia in the doubles to see who will make it into the final to play Italy tomorrow. Oh, we've just gained a subscriber. Wonderful. Let's see. Also, hit that like button. Let's try and get to 50 likes on this video on YouTube as soon as possible. Plenty of people as well tuning in on Twitch. Wonderful that you are here. Please do join the comments if you're watching on Twitch and let us know some of your Nadal memories or comments on the match. Forehand from Rafa staying in this rally here. He is up 15-love, but now he's on the defensive. In fact, he's not able to defend that. And it is 15-all on the Nadal serve. Of course, he went down to 30 before on his serve. Nadal not quite. I just wonder if a younger Rafa might have been able to do a bit more on that one. Okay, Nadal to serve. Goes down the tee. Oh, wonderful depth there from Botic. Slicing it now. Rafa really should be done a bit better with that forehand. But he's moving Botic around the court, but it's now Rafa who goes into the net on the forehand side. 15-30. Of course, the Spanish have taken, and David Ferreira, the team captain, taken a small risk, you could say, in playing Rafa today. Probably thinking that if Rafa was to lose, he would at least then have the Alcaraz match to hopefully try and turn things around. Clips the net and goes wide. I think it's going to be interesting because I think if Rafa does lose, I think we're probably looking at his last singles match at the very least. You'd imagine even if Spain progressed, if Rafa was to lose this singles rubber, he wouldn't play in the semi-final. Backhand Rafa into the backhand of Botic. Botic goes big, but he's gone too big and too long, 30 all. That's my thinking. If Rafa wins, then, you know, Spain therefore become likely to progress, I guess. Because you'd think that Carlos would get the job done and therefore render the doubles irrelevant, which would be unfortunate for Koolhof. I'm sure that Koolhof will be keen to have a farewell. Perhaps in his homeland, there is, I think, a Dutch tournament sometime in the next few weeks. Good serve there from Rafa. Rafa serving volleying, but he's not put the volley away, but he's not needed because Botic has put that backhand wide. Remember, Botic found a Zandschulp not so long ago at the US Open, beating Carlos Alcaraz, no less. It was a surprise result, and he was soon dumped out the tournament by Jack Draper. However, on his day, decent. And he's got quite a bit of Davis Cup experience. By the way, Rafa Nadal, I think, is 29-1 in Davis Cup singles matches. Anyway, game point here for Rafa. Into the backhand of Botic. Excellent depth there from Botic. But they're pretty much 50-50 here in the rally right now. But it's good backhand there from Rafa, forcing the error. Once again, under a little bit of threat at 15-30. However, he holds at the change of ends. 2-1. I'm going to come to the live chat. Please do share your Rafa memories and thoughts on this match. Let's go, Rafa, says Lexi. Yes, indeed. Sharankova beating Katie Bolter earlier. Sharankova playing excellently. And into the doubles they go, with the winner, of course, making it through to the Billie Jean King Cup final. John, why didn't the host country choose to play this on red clay? Don't get that option, Brazy. That's just not in the rule book of the Final 8, which, of course, has been in place since, I'm going to say, 2019, which is the last time Nadal played Davis Cup, by the way, when he led his nation to the title in Madrid. But yes, of course, it would benefit Rafa in particular, but it may also benefit, you know, many of them. Maybe not Roberto Bautista, good, but the rest probably, yes. Ferrer had no choice. Yeah. I mean, I think probably Ferrer wanted it too. I think it just clears it up, and I don't know. Is Rafa's send-off? Rafa would never see it like this, but for some people, some might see that Rafa having a send-off of some description is maybe more important than Spain winning the Davis Cup. And by the way, I'm sure his practices clearly suggested that he can at least compete with players of Botic's level, which, as you can see there, is number 80 in the world. But I think Rafa's problem is sort of competing with the top 20 and even top 5, which is where he wants to be. As he said in a pre-tournament press conference, he doesn't want to just sort of go and say farewell to the tour. He doesn't need that. Backhand slice there from Rafa is pretty ugly and pretty long. Yeah, so Botic ace. Excellent serve there from the Dutchman. Nothing Rafa could do about that, but I don't even think a Rafa in his prime would have been able to deal with that one. $30 love here. Oh, Rafa's misread that one, I think, entirely, and it's now going to be $40 love. Wonderful. We've got a new member here. Thank you, Lenka Zelamova. You are both supporting the channel, but also you will get exclusive footage from members only. As you'll see, you'll be able to have access to extra videos that only members can access, and that is from as little as €2 or $2 a month. There are other plans as well where you can support the channel to a greater extent and get even more perks. So be cool, be like Lenka, and become a Talking Tennis member. Anyway, 2 games all. Unsure if Rafa Nadal or Botic van der Zandschulp or David Ferrer, who I'm seeing on my screen right now, if they are members. But we do have friends of the show, of course, such as Jasmine Paolini, French Open and Wimbledon finalist, and now Billie Jean King Cup finalist in 2024, just like she did last year. Forehand from Rafa. Oh, that backhand's gone long from Botic. So 15 love. That serve is extremely wide. Probably by 1.5 meters from Rafa. 15 love, though. Backhand return. Forehand from Rafa. That's decent, but actually Botic deals with it well. Now Botic on the backhand slice. Botic slicing pretty well, but that's a decent forehand from Rafa. Hesitated before coming into the net, but it didn't matter. And he is pumped, ladies and gentlemen. Rafa doesn't want this to be a farewell, and certainly doesn't want it to be a farewell in defeat. I mean, really, this is the biggest, aside from everything else, in terms of Spain qualifying, this is the one, isn't it? Spain win this, and they're very much on the front foot and favourites to make the semi-finals. They lose it, and the complete reverse. They're on the back foot and under a lot of pressure, especially with the doubles to come. And it's 40 love now, Rafa. And the infamous, yes, all these friends of the shows, indeed. Yes, trying to shorten those points with the serve and volleys. Okay, Rafa, where are you going on this serve? You are going out wide. But did that clip the net? No, it's the second serve. But he's got 3 game points here. Nadal out wide again. Now he's going to attack this forehand. He's going to come into the net, but he's not going to have to deal with that. 3 games to 2. The 22-time Grand Slam winner holds the advantage. They both remain on serve, but it is 3-2 to Nadal. So we've not had a break point for either to defend thus far, but Rafa's probably that was his 3rd service game and his first one to love, having lost 2 points on serve in the previous 2. Botic has been pushed to deuce, but again has also not faced a break point. Dave, I will just like to highlight something. I'm on board with you in terms of especially for the Davis Cup, they should really have shirts that don't clash. However, I don't know if this is nitpicking. I think it's more than nitpicking. The Netherlands are wearing orange, my friend. But I agree. Davis Cup especially, you should just have home and away shirts. It's very easily. But I also think that even at other tournaments, you got most of them have 2 alternatives. So yeah, you'll see that most of the top players, if not all the players, will have 2 different colored shirts throughout all the tournaments. That I think often the brands will switch. If they're playing on a day or a night session. Think of Rafa when he won US Open in 2013. I think he wore grey in the night session and white in the day. He had a similar thing as well in 2019. I know we wore black in the night session. I can't remember what the color was in the day. It might have been purple. So, yeah, very easy to fix. But, as you say, Dave, tennis being tennis. Oh, dearie me, Brazy. Slovakia. Dearie me, of course, if you're a Team GB fan. Of course, if you're Slovakian, good news. Good forehand there from Rafa. Oh, but not a good forehand from Rafa into the net. 15 love. It's orange, but, you're right. Maybe Spain at home should get first choice, but whatever. But I've seen worse examples where two players are wearing exactly the same kit. Has that landed in? I think it has. Wow. Listen, if that backhand came off the racket of Rafa, we'd be going nuts, to be fair. It's an excellent backhand there, taken on the rise, cross court. Lovely positioning, lovely placement. 30 love. Blocked return from Rafa. Forehand from Botic, winner. Maybe Rafa's got to do a bit more on the return. Got to go a bit bigger on those returns. All smiles at the moment on the Spanish bench. We'll see if they stay. This is their third encounter, and it will be their last. And whatever happens today, Botic will not be overturning the 2-0 deficit he has in the head-to-head. See the maths I've done there, people? Good backhand return there from Rafa. Much better. That's what you've got to be doing. You could argue that that first serve from Botic was not quite good enough, but whatever. I've seen a few blocked returns from Rafa today. Probably one or two too many for his liking that haven't done the job. Good serve there, though, from Botic, and he holds to 15. So a couple of holds there from both players. Remember last year, by the way, the Dutch captain running off with my microphone? If you were a subscriber and you've been paying attention to our channel, you would have seen that last year. Yeah, Bolter, yeah, she was up a set, of course. Yeah, that's nuts, Brazy, nuts. Yeah, I think the sort of top-ish players more or less have their own custom ones. I think, certainly Rafa does, but I think Carlos as well. I'm pretty sure now, at least, maybe earlier on in his career, no. And I think we're heading that way with Yannick too. But even the ones that are a little bit lower down, you know, in the top 50, top 100, they normally have 2 or 3 alternatives, at least in terms of colors. And it's also kind of good for the brand because they want to sell as many of their different varieties as possible. So, you know, it's just like home and away kits in soccer. Okay, out wide, backhand return. Rafa on the forehand here. Wonderful forehand winner from Rafa Nadal. Skip and a jump for the Spaniard. And he's up. 30 love. I have got a poll going on YouTube, by the way, regarding some favourite Rafa memories. Backhand into the net, is that? No, second serve here on the Nadal serve. Good forehand there from Rafa. Backhand volley from Rafa. Forehand Botic is going to be a winner. Lovely curled forehand there. Okay, 30-15 on the Nadal serve. Second serve as well. What's Rafa up to here? He's going to have a look at something. Oh. Something flew off the racket, I think. The tension thing. I'm sure the shot clock will... I don't think we'll see a Rafa punishment for the shot clock today. Of course, there should be if he breaks the rules, but yeah. 27 minutes on the clock anyway. Clock of a different kind. Backhand return from Botic is good. Rafa now in a little bit of bother, and there's a slice there from Rafa. Good forehand from Botic. Botic is saying, don't you slice me. No sympathy there from the Dutchman. 30 all. Rafa now under a bit of pressure here on his serve. Remember, we've yet to see a break point in this encounter. Nadal. It's an ace. Oof, that must have just clipped the line. Botic, of course, showing no emotion. 40-30. Unlike this emotion from Rafa pre-match. Nope, that serve's going to go long. So a second serve here at 40-30. Goes down the tee. Forehand return. Forehand from Rafa. Backhand from Botic. Backhand from Rafa into the net. So we're going to get to deuce. First time Rafa has been pushed to deuce on his serve. What am I missing in the live chat? Silke, do you remember when Rune won his first ATP title because Botic was having such a bad panic attack he couldn't play? Do you mean when Botic was up a double break in, was it Munich or Banja Luka? Yeah. I mean, that still might happen because I think he is in the Davis Cup. Game point, though, now for Rafa. After a backhand return from Botic goes into the net. Let's see if I can share this live poll that I've got for you on the show. Everyone going pretty big on the French Open in terms of favourite Nadal title. I guess I left that one a little bit more open. Game point here. For Nadal. For a 4-3 potentially. Backhand return from Botic is long. Nadal holds. Still yet to face a break point against the Dutchman. 4-3, he leads. Do get voting in our poll. And also make sure you hit that like button. Thank you, by the way, for becoming a new member. And if you do become a new member, you can get some rewards from that, including extra bonus footage. Will Rafa's record at Roland Garros ever be eclipsed? Well, never say never, but come on. Indeed, Dave. Epic indeed. But I think it's possibly the way I worded it because it was very difficult to choose one of the French Open titles. Probably you should go for either the first one or the decimation of Roger Federer in 2008, albeit probably doesn't quite have the emotional attachment that some of the other titles have, including those two on the screen right now in Wimbledon in 2008 and Australian Open 2002. Yeah. Stringing rackets, were you Brazy? On Twitter as well, feel free to comment and retweet as well. Give us a follow on Instagram as well at Talking Tennis TT. We are all over the socials at Talking Tennis TT. We're also on Blue Sky if you want to give us a follow there too. Three, 4, Botic to serve. Backhand return from Rafa. Oh, that's a loose backhand there from Botic. If I hit a backhand like that, you'd be going, John, come on. And I'm not number 80 in the world. You might be surprised to hear. Good down the tee serve there from Botic. He's kind of in charge of this rally. Rafa on the back foot, leaving that space on the forehand side, as he often so did throughout his career. But often throughout his career, he would recover. But Rafa is a little bit older now. Little bit. You may have noticed. And that's an ace from Botic. Again, Rafa maybe just misreading that serve. 30-15. 3-4. As we see the Dutchman, the Dutch captain, looking a little uncomfortable. Looked like he's just stolen another Talking Tennis microphone. If you're not familiar with that tale, do check it out from a YouTube short from a year ago. A guy with the Netherlands painted on his face with about 100 tennis balls attached to him. 2 game points here for Botic. That's going to go long, that serve. So it's the second serve here for Nadal to look at. Double fault. 40-30. Much to the delight of the home crowd. And indeed, Jasmine Paolini did get her photo with Nadal that she so sought. First serve here from Botic into the net. Backhand return from Rafa. Good depth on there from Rafa. Good forehand, Rafa. And he's won the point and he's forced Botic to deuce for the second time in the match. I think he says, come on there, as opposed to vamos, but we all get the sentiment in whatever language. Good depth on that backhand return, really, that put Botic in all sorts of trouble. And Nadal punished his opponent with a whipping forehand, as so often throughout his 2 decades on the tour he has done. Much to the delight of Captain David Ferrer. Deuce. Are we going to get the first break point of the match? Excellent serve out wide there from Botic. That must have been very close to being out, but it landed in. Almost a smile there from Botic. Game point, 3-4. Backhand return here from Rafa. This should be a forehand put away. Oh, Rafa defends it. Now what can Rafa do? Smash from Botic. He's going to win the point. I think Rafa may have made an error or two there tactically or in terms of shot choice. Dare I say it, of the 22-time Grand Slam winner? Well, I just did. Just watching the replay here. I thought he could have done more when he chose to go for the lob there. But maybe it was a little tricky for the 38-year-old with his reflexes. I think he's 38. Born in 86. Yeah, summer 86, 38, yeah. So, 4-all. Rafa to serve. Nadal comes into the net. Tricky volley. Tricky smash, but he puts it away. 15-love. So Rune beat Van der Zandschulp twice in a final then, if you're saying 2022, Dave. I remember him beating Botic when Botic was up a couple of breaks in 2023. I think it took Botic a while to recover from that. Anyway, 4-all here, 15-love. Rafa into the net on the first serve. And now it's Nadal's turn to 15-all. And now it's 15-30. So little pressure again here on the Rafa serve. Remember, he did get pushed to deuce in his previous service game. See Pau Gasol here, paying homage to his friend and compatriot Rafa Nadal. So 15-30 here on the Rafa serve. Goes out wide. Backhand return is decent. And it's a mishit forehand. And we're going to have the first break points of the match. And they come on Nadal's serve. 4-all. Elena, I hope you found a TV channel to watch this on. 2 break points here. 15-40. Crucial moment, of course, in this first set. First break points of the match. Where are you going to go with this serve, Rafa? It's a first serve. Is he going to make it in? No, into the net. Second serve. Huge opportunity here now for the Netherlands and Botic van der Zandschulp. 40 minutes on the clock. Rafa goes into the body of Botic. Decent return from Botic. Backhand now. Good depth there from the Dutchman. Backhand Rafa into the forehand now of Botic. Botic feeling like he's up in this particular... Oh, he's got into the net, much to the relief of Rafa Nadal and pretty much everyone inside the stadium. First break point saved, 30-40. I was a bit confused, Eleanor, by your message. I wasn't sure if you were trying to watch it. I think you sent me a picture of trying to buy tickets. I couldn't quite understand. 30-40. Second break points needed to save here from Rafa's perspective. Clips the net and goes long on the first serve. So again, it's a second serve for Botic to look at. Wasn't able to take advantage on the previous break point, but he's going to have another bite at the cherry here. 41 minutes. Nadal, second serve. Forehand return is really good from Botic. Forehand is, but we're back at neutral, I think. Forehand from Rafa. Backhand Botic. Good depth there from Botic. Cross court right now, lefty to righty. Botic changes things up. Really good depth. But now it's Rafa coming into the net. Is he going to deal with this? No, he's not. Botic is going to pass him. And we have the first break of the match, meaning Botic van der Zandschulp, who celebrates in only the way he can, with a very stoic face. 5-4, he and the Netherlands lead. And so he will serve for the first set. Excellent pass, Dave. Excellent pass. Trying to watch it on the ITVF website. I didn't know you could watch it on the ITF website, Eleanor. Didn't know that was an option. It's a really good pass, to be fair. There's not much Rafa could do about it. Perhaps you would argue that the backhand attacking approach, the forehand attacking approach, I should say, didn't do enough damage. And indeed, nice pass, as Dave said. So, Botic van der Zandschulp is going to serve for the first set. Rafa has yet to garner a break point on Botic's serve. He has made inroads. He's forced the Dutchman to deuce on a couple of occasions. To be fair to Rafa, he hadn't faced a break point until that previous service game. But when they return, Botic will be serving for the first set. In the meantime, do hit the like button. And of course, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Do share your thoughts on Rafa as well, his career, but also his performance today. Of course, we'll be having Carlos Alcaraz to come shortly after this match has concluded. But what shape will Spain be in? Well, this next game may give us a better clue. Unbelievable backhand cross-court winner there from the Netherlands and Botic. Talon Griekspoor there, who I believe is going to be taking on Carlos Alcaraz in the next singles rubber. 15-love, 3 points away from winning the first set. "44 minutes on the clock." Botic van der Zandschulp serves. Good first serve there. Block return from Rafa. Now it's on the backhand of Rafa, but he goes into the net as he tries to pass Botic, who was approaching the net. 30-love. Botic van der Zandschulp here to spoil the party. As he seeks to win this first set. Rafa there. A bit annoyed with himself, I think, at that backhand attempted pass that he drove into the net. Backhand return from Rafa, also into the net there. He is having a few issues on return. They're either blocked or he's having issues reading it. Certainly getting enough purchase on it there. 40-love. 3 set points for the Netherlands. Forehand return from Rafa. Not enough depth on it, but Botic is going to mess up the backhand. And Rafa gets out of jail, at least for the first of these 3 set points he's facing. 2 more to come, 40-15. Okay, Botic here taking his time. 6:05 local time. Botic van der Zandschulp, first serve, lands in. Backhand return is wide, and the Netherlands and Botic van der Zandschulp take the first set by 6-4. 1 break was enough. He had 2 breakpoint opportunities on the Rafa serve, and he took the second of those to break for 5-4, and then he managed to just serve that game out. Nadal has yet to garner a break point on the Dutchman's serve. So let's have a quick look at the live chat here. Yes, indeed. I think you might well be right. He doesn't seem to move to that backhand side as well as he certainly used to. Eleanor, I don't know if Davis Cup finals were on the ITF site. I would have maybe some of the earlier rounds for sure throughout the year. But yeah. Well, he'll be desperate for a Van der Zandschulp win, because if the doubles doesn't materialize, i.e. the Spanish win 2-0, then his career, at least I think professionally, will be over and he won't have even taken the court. If, of course, the Netherlands win 2-0, then he won't be taking the court today, but at least he will be, hopefully, at some point in the tournament, because the Netherlands would still be in. I think they're singing Rafa. No. I think it's the Dutch who are mainly singing right now, having won that first set. Looks like one or two of the members, I think Rafa and Botic have both gone off court for now. Heartless Botic, yes, indeed. Yeah, Nadal didn't garner a break point, but I think you're right. I think there's a few areas that today we can see why Nadal is calling time on his career, where he is at. It felt like a real stark difference, and I know he had injury travails in the second half of 2022, but the level or levels that he was producing, if we think about where he was at in the Australian Open of 2022, Acapulco 2022, when he was sensational, I thought maybe even a higher level than he produced in Australia. Then we think about the level we saw from him in Indian Wells until the final and he gets injured. He obviously has an unbelievable renaissance on the clay in Roland Garros. I say renaissance compared to the semi-final defeat he had to Novak the year before, but also the build-up when he obviously struggled with his foot injury, including losses in Madrid and Rome. And then Wimbledon comes along and, yeah, Rafa does his thing, gets to the quarters, plays Taylor Fritz. We all know what happened in that 5-setter. He wins it, but of course he gets injured during it. And really, from the Rafa we saw up until that point, let's say, in the first 6-7 months of 2022, and then we'd go to the US Open, also Cincinnati, the tournament before it, US Open, Paris-Bercy, and the ATP Tour finals. That, just those 4 or 5 months, it felt like Rafa aged and slowed and therefore was kind of losing more than he was winning, especially when you throw in those results he had at the beginning of 2023 before the Australian Open, when I know he lost in the United Cup to Cam Norrie, Alex de Minaur as well, I think. Of course, he lost in those ATP Tour finals, the first 2 of those matches. And it did feel different. It's felt different in the past, and ultimately Rafa went on to prove us wrong, so we still weren't sure. Then, of course, you get that injury, the one that kind of ended his career, the one he picked up in Australia in the second round against McDonald, and then barely played again, did he? Did he play again in 2023? I don't think he did. Tried training and coming back for Roland Garros. Then he has the press conference where he said he suggested that 2024 will probably be his last, but he was desperate not to finish his tennis career on or in a press conference. And fortunately, that will not be the case, whether it ends today or otherwise. Anyway, Rafa Nadal, he's serving at the beginning of this second set, and it's not been the ideal start for the Spaniard as he's love 30 down. I think I've got things wrong, including in the last 24 hours. I wasn't sure if Rafa would be playing singles in Malaga. But I think this is going to be Nadal's match, because this is going to be Nadal's last match of his career. I don't see him playing singles and doubles within a few hours of each other. And if he loses, then that would suggest that probably his singles level isn't there. Spain may yet go out, of course, of the Davis Cup at this stage if they were to lose this lose this match and then obviously this tie. But even if Spain have a remarkable recovery, in terms of this tie, they lose this match, for example, but then go on to win and go through, I still feel as though this could be Nadal's last match. And even if Nadal comes back to win in a heroic 3-set win, I don't know. That feels like a great way. And then Spain maybe continuing the tournament. And then we might see him on the doubles court either tomorrow or later on in the tournament. Anyway, all ifs, buts, and maybes. Backhand return from Botic. Love 30 here. A lot of pressure now on the Rafa serve. Forehand Rafa goes into the backhand of Botic, who goes long. 15-30. Two clenched fists this time from Rafa, one of which holding his racket. 15-30. Much to the delight of the crowd. We'll be desperate not to go down a set and a break. And with serving and volleying like that, that will help him no end. 30 all. Oh, the backhand smash indeed, says Elena. Elena, by the way, is a member. You can become a member too from as little as $2 or €2 a month. Just click the join button, or in the live chat it's pinned, and you can get access to exclusive footage, interviews with Osaka, with Daniel Collins, and so many more. Yeah, Bolter did lose Ghosty. So they're into a deciding match rubber in doubles. And I think Britain lost the first set, but I'm not all across it. So please, in the live chat, do let me know. Backhand return here from Botic is decent. Rafa here on the forehand. He'll be keen to keep on the forehand there, but it's gone long from Botic. So it's a game point. Love 30 to 40-30. 3 points in a row for Nadal. Here's the poll, by the way, that we've got going in the live chat. Do get voting in that poll. First serve clips the net and goes long. Forehand return from Botic is too good. Deuce. Vamos Carlos, vamos Rafa. A couple of guys there with the t-shirts. I'm going to suggest they look like twins. Identical. First serve into the net here from Rafa. So, second serve. Forehand return from Botic. Forehand from Rafa is good, I think. He's going to put away this volley. He's going to clip the net. Oh, Rafa really should be winning that point, and he knows it. Roberto Bautista, a good-looking pensive. Obviously, he was pretty much the main challenger to Rafa in terms of potentially playing this match. Carlos Moya there looking also a little pensive as well. Break point here for Botic. Nadal into the net on the first serve. I think we can see why he's retiring, though, if you forgive me for suggesting it. 56 minutes on the clock. Second serve here. He's not double faulted yet in this match. Good second serve down the tee. But that forehand's gone wide. Reminds me of the forehand he missed against Federer in what turned out to be the last point of his career at Roland Garros. Puts the forehand wide. And it's a break for Botic van der Zandschulp. 1-0, the Dutchman leads. Wonderful audience we've garnered on Twitter. Please do give us a follow on Twitter, or X, as I think many people like to call it these days, at Talking Tennis TT. Also on Instagram with the same handle, at Talking Tennis TT. We need followers on those two platforms, so please do give us a follow. Okay, so Nadal will want to be striking back quickly here. Just got a few WhatsApps there from Nick. Sorry, apologies there. Okay, so Boris van der Zandschulp here, serving love 15. Backhand return from Rafa. Good depth there from Rafa. Backhand again. Low net clearance from the Spaniard. Forehand Rafa into the forehand of Botic. And now Rafa goes long on the forehand side from him as Botic just ranked things up a little bit. As we hit the hour mark in this particular encounter, 15 all. For those wondering how Nadal looked pre-match, as you can see here, pretty emotional. Just long there on the first serve. A double fall, and Nadal celebrates it like he's just won the French Open. Well, maybe not quite the French Open, where he would probably fall to the floor. But he certainly, let's say he celebrated like he's just gone up a break in the fifth set of a Grand Slam final. But it's 30 all now. Forehand return from Rafa is wayward. To be fair, it was a good serve from Botic. And we have a game point now for the Dutchman for a set and 2-love lead. Dave, do you follow us on Twitter? At Talking Tennis TT? Backhand return from Rafa's into the net, and indeed, Botic does now secure a set and 2-love lead for the Netherlands. Yeah, I think whoever Italy face in the final, I would probably favour them, especially with the extra day's rest, which I think could be important. Listen, we've seen Rafa come back from bigger deficits in his career than this. So a set and 2-love is nothing by his standards. Oh, okay. Sorry, Brazy, I didn't know. So Slovakia beat Britain. Oh dear. I mean, with Britain winning the first rubber and then being a set up in the second, I guess they had to win that Bolton match, really, didn't they? Backhand return from Botic is into the net, so it's 30-love here on the Rafa serve. So give us a follow. Oh, I think you already do follow us on Insta, Dave. So that's fine. And you subscribe and you remember. So I think you've ticked pretty much all the boxes. Forehand here from Rafa. Run around forehand. Is it going to be a winner? No, it's not. Botic defends well. Now it's on the backhand of Botic, and that's a lovely backhand winner from him. I mean, I think many of us were expecting him to go cross-court with that, including Rafa. But he goes down the line. Botic is not reading the script, or if he does, he's ripping it up. And it's a wonderful backhand winner from the Dutchman. 30-15. Clips the net, goes long there, Rafa. Backhand return, good from Botic. Forehand from Rafa's probably not good enough. Slice there from Rafa. This is going to be too much of a bounce on that slice. Rafa on the defensive, smash from Botic. Yeah, the slice for Rafa has not been too effective today. They're too floaty. Just floating over the net and bouncing too high and giving Botic a chance to attack. But if you've got hip issues and struggling on the backhand side, the natural temptation is to slice. Rafa's also not getting enough of his first serves in. 54% thus far in the match compared to 75% from Botic. Rafa will be keen for both his first serve percentage to go up slightly and also Botic's to go down to give him a chance. 40-30 now. There's one of Nadal's coaches, the Argentinian, whose name escapes me. He joined his team, I think, about 18 months ago. Forehand from Rafa's gone long, so it's going to be deuce on the Rafa serve. A double break deficit here. Yeah, and it might just be lights out. Indeed, floating like Steph's slice. The Rafa slice has been very much a not talked about element of his career, which I think has been excellent, which has also given him a good chance on surfaces away from clay, particularly at Wimbledon. Backhand return, forehand from Rafa into the backhand of Botic, going cross court, back forehand from Rafa. Backhand slice there from Rafa again. I don't think it's a tactical thing. I think it's just that it's much more comfortable for him to slice than to bend down with that hip. That slice, though, was good enough. Did the damage, more or less, making it really difficult. Very spinny one, that one. And a low bounce, too. Botic couldn't pick it up. Or at least with enough purchase to keep it within the lines. Game point, Rafa Nadal and Spain. Hit that like button, by the way. I can just see a new person has subscribed. Thank you very much. As a result, you can now join the live chat. Backhand return from Botic is decent. Rafa in a bit of trouble here. Drop shot from Botic, but that's not going to work, but that is. So many times in Rafa's career, I've seen drop shots punished. But that one, he wasn't able to. Probably elected to go the wrong way. Probably should have gone down the line. And again, probably the Rafa Nadal of 2 or 3 years ago picks that up with a backhand winner down the line. But he's not quite getting to it in the same way. I'd love to know the percentage of shots that Rafa's hitting as a slice today on the backhand side compared to, say, 2.5 years ago. Into the body of Botic. Forehand, Rafa, just over the net. Nice one. It's going to give him a good chance in this rally. Nice loopy forehand there. Decent forehand there. Another forehand from Rafa. Into the backhand of Botic, which has gone long. Game point, Rafa. I think he's clipped the net during that rally and therefore apologizes. Yeah. When we saw Rafa attempting to make a comeback in 2023 with those practices on clay, and when we saw also even then the comeback began ultimately the beginning of 2024, we were watching the serve a lot, but now I think it is that backhand side in particular where we're seeing a lot of slicing when I think normally he would. Oh, that's a nice backhand though. Now today, I think we're seeing a lot more slicing than normal. And there you go, on the backhand side into the net, deuce. If you want to join the live chat, just hit that subscribe button. And as a result, you will see that little figure just below me creep up, tick over, and you can do a little dance. And by the way, hit that like button too. Deuce. Second serve, I think, here for Botic to look at. Plenty of people tuning in on Twitter. Do give us a retweet and also feel free to comment. And I'll do my best to respond. Forehand here from Rafa into the backhand, which is this time a slice into the net. For this time, it's a backhand slice from Botic that goes into the net, and it's game point for Rafa Nadal. Rafa probably, if you want Rafa to prolong his career, maybe he'll need to have a few months with Ash Barty. Get that slice to become so effective it becomes a weapon. Indeed, Dave, indeed. Couldn't put it better myself, even though I tried. Game point, Nadal. Forehand from Rafa into the forehand of Botic. Botic on the defense. Can Rafa put this forehand away? He can't. It's going to come into the net. Should put that volley away, but doesn't. Is this going to land in? Yes, it is. Rafa, though. Oh, lovely, Rafa. He stayed in this rally. He stayed in this rally. He's still in the rally. Unbelievably so. Forehand Rafa into the backhand of Botic. And Botic goes long. And the cheer. Wow. That needs to be heard. There you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think we had the first big Rafa moment of this match where he's winning in a point that he had no business. I repeat, no business of winning. 38 years old. Crouching down for backhands and struggling. Serve is not what it was, even though it wasn't necessarily anywhere near the best on tour. But boy, get on that forehand, get back in the point, and ultimately win it. He is a winner, ladies and gentlemen, and at least we've had that moment today. He holds serve, keeping a little bit of pressure up on Botic van der Zandschulp, though, who of course does still hold that serve and a break advantage, but at least it's not the double break as he was threatening to do at times in that particular game. Get a huge Bamos there from Rafa, and the crowd responds, as you can imagine. And a quick slap of the hand with David Ferrer there. David talking to his compatriot, probably just checking on how he is physically feeling. We've not had too many grueling rallies, but that was one of them. And it was one that Rafa ended up on the winning side of that point, much to his and the Spaniards' relief. And it's over to you now, Botic, to see how you can deal with that. Yeah, it is cool, Ghosty, indeed. Oh, Ghosty, you're right. Yeah. Are you on Instagram, are you, Ghosty? Because Connor Casey is brilliant. Yeah, and you have got to check Connor out. Oh, yeah, indeed. The back to the net overhead thing. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Remember, he did that in the Australian Open final when he's really on the back foot. He's down 2-0 and he's facing 2 break points. It ends up becoming 3 shortly after he did that behind smash type thing that you're describing there, better than I possibly could again, Dave. Anyway, Nadal has the first point here on Botic's serve. Backhand return from Rafa. Is that landed in? The way Botic reacted, I assume it didn't. No, it must have done. Now, that's the best return of the match there from Rafa. Love 30. So, Botic to serve here at love 30. Down the tee, forehand return. Nope, Nadal's not dealing with the first serves very well, but to be fair, Botic, last time we checked, was getting 75% of his first serve in. So, yeah. Mind you, let me just say this. 75% of Botic's first serves in. It's not quite the same as 75% of John Isner, let's say, or Riley Opelka. Good point here, though, from Botic. Should win it. Lovely volley there at the net. So, from a love 30 deficit, he wins 2 points in a row. Parity in this game. Nadal will be desperate for parity in the match, but he is down a set and a break at the moment. That's a lovely volley there from Botic. Textbook stuff. Okay, Botic, where are you going with this serve here? 30 all. Is Rafa Nadal going to get his first break point in the match? Backhand return from Rafa is decent. Now he's on the forehand. Probably needs a bit more depth on those forehands. That's good depth. And he is indeed going to get the first. No, he's not. He's going to go. I said good depth from Rafa, but it must have been, yes, just millimeters too long. So it is 40-30 and a game point for Botic van der Zandschulp and a 3-1 lead. Felt like a chance, that one, Rafa, in the rally there. Had the sort of forehands he wanted after a decent serve from Botic, but ultimately got back to neutral. And if anything, Rafa was maybe even slightly up in that rally. Forehand return here from Rafa goes long, and Botic holds for 3-1. 6-4, 3-1 now. I see the father of Carlos Alcaraz there. I'm guessing we're going to get a ceremony after this match for Rafa rather than the end of the tie. I could be wrong. Anyway, 1-3, Nadal to serve. Forehand return from Botic. Backhand now from the Dutchman into the forehand of Rafa. Forehand Botic. Backhand Rafa. Look at that winner, though, from Botic. And the jog, if you like, from Rafa. But it was a resigned movement, at least, that suggested, I'm not getting that. Do you get voting in our poll as well? Looks like my my stream may have crashed. Doesn't like me sharing the poll, that's for sure. There we go, I'm back. Anyway, 15 all here on the Nadal serve. He's not going to get any time violations today, that's for sure. First serve here, anyway, 15 all. Goes out down the tee, but it's gone wide. Are we entering the final games, final points of Nadal's illustrious tennis career? Maybe. How he and the Spanish, though, would love one final twist. What has been an incredible story. Forehand Rafa goes wide into the tram line. So 15-30. Now on the Nadal serve. Just a reminder, Slovakia into the Billie Jean King Cup final after coming from 1-0 down against Great Britain. But ultimately winning the doubles. And they will face Italy in tomorrow's Billie Jean King Cup final. How much longer will Spain be participating in the Davis Cup? Well, the next half an hour or so may well tell us. Rafa there with a backhand volley at the net. Smash from Rafa. Lovely, Rafa. 30 all. Needed that point. Ghosty and Brazy there, bigging each other up. Nadal there, pumped to win that point. 30 all. Goes down the tee. Decent serve. He's going to serve volley this one. Is it going to win the point? Should do. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, he should have done. I've seen Nadal hit a volley like that before and react in that manner. Even Nadal with his age and his creaking body still should be winning that point. That volley really probably should go the opposite direction. The reactions on the Spanish bench tell it all. So, break point here for Botic. This is an absolute must-win point for Rafa Nadal for his career, but also for Spain in this Davis Cup. Down the tee, ace. There you go. That's how legends respond. Mark Woodford, double specialist. How Australia could do with him, mind you, they're not a bad team without him. Feliciano Lopez alongside. I can see Nick is going to be joining us any second. Goes down the tee with this as a backhand return from Botic. Forehand cross court. Is that landed in? Yes, it has. It's break point. Once again for the Netherlands. When Botic has had a chance like that today, he has taken it. He's not getting carried away with the atmosphere. And Rafa there, resigned look. Not quite yet retired look, but certainly resigned with that point. So, break point number 2 in this game for Botic. No ace this time to save Rafa and Spain's day. Second serve now for Botic to look at. Tried to do a similar serve to before down the tee. Backhand return from Botic. Maybe Rafa thought about coming into the net even on that second serve. Backhand slice from Rafa. I feared the worst there. Now backhand from Rafa. Loses his footing slightly. Forehand now from lefty to forehand. Lefty to the right-handed backhand. Nice angle there from Rafa, but Botic deals with it well. Rafa comes into the net and Botic passes as he did so memorably to break in the previous set. Hey, Nick.
Hi there, John. What a moment to join. Yeah, this is not... I thought this one would be more competitive, I'm going to be honest.
I don't know. I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. Didn't really have any expectations. Maybe they were raised a bit in the first, 8 games or so where Rafa was holding reasonably comfortable. It wasn't until he finally had to face break points at 4-all that he did get broken. Yeah, didn't have any great expectations, but I think what we can say, at least if we analyze this coldly and take the emotion away, I think we can see why Rafa is retiring.
I think we could see that. We could see that all the way back to the start of the year, to be honest, when we initially went to 2024 thinking this would be his farewell year.
Mm-hmm.
And what we ended up with was sort of a decent start with some optimism, but I think definitely watching him over the clay court season, particularly that 250 he made the final of, it was clear he was kind of grinding with guys on the fringes of the top 50.
Exactly.
And that Novak match kind of confirmed he wasn't quite going to be himself again. And I did wonder, is it worth it? Now, Botic is at the level that I would expect him to kind of grind it with what he's currently showing. So, yeah, I can see why there was optimism. But yeah, I think what you're saying, like, I think this is just confirming what we already knew, essentially.
Yeah. And Rafa will know better than anyone else. So, you know, for those of people sort of clinging to potential hope in the last few months and wondering if Rafa might be calling it a day too early, I think we are seeing why. But listen, we might still get another little glimpse of something if he gets one break back, you know. I don't think he's particularly tired right now. I just think that some of those balls that 2-3 years ago Rafa would have made, and also would have made in a different fashion. We've been talking about it a bit on the backhand side. There's a few more slices now coming in, which is natural to do as your bones and your muscles get a bit older, and those ones to bend down and pick up on the backhand side with any venom become more and more difficult. I mean, we've seen some glimpses of great Rafa stuff. There was a particular point that he saved when he was hanging onto his serve in the previous game, when he did finally get on the board in this set. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, it is where we're at. And yeah,
I think this is the last we're going to see of him in this tournament as well.
You think this is Rafa's last singles match?
Listen, I don't think we're going to see him in the doubles today. So I could be wrong. This is all guesswork. I'm guessing he's not been nominated yet for the doubles, but we know how that all gets shaken up depending on what happens in the next match. But, you know, to play, you know, despite the fact that I say he's not that tired, can he play a singles and a doubles match in the same day on what could be the last match of his career? Maybe the emotion of it. I mean, listen, Alcaraz has obviously got a job to do probably. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see him on the doubles court alongside Carlos.
I mean, if Alcaraz underperforms, the question is moot, right? It's not on Rafa.
Yeah, I do think Alcaraz will probably get the job done. Unless he becomes overwhelmed by some of the occasion and perhaps some of the pressure. But I have a feeling he'll get the job done. And not that, you know, Carlos is a beast in these conditions, but I think he should have too much for Griekspoor over 3 sets.
That's what we'd expect. It'd certainly be. But again, Griekspoor's not exactly the kind of player that would take would be a massive shock to beat Alcaraz on a bad day.
No, but it's more like an Humbert, like he lost to in Paris, that I can see. I would have more concerns with. Rafa here threatening on the Botic serve. Listen, even if Rafa comes back to win this match, it will not even be close to the biggest comeback of his career. But there will be a certain amount of excitement about it, just because it's quite possibly the last hurrah. At least, if he wins, by the way, from here, maybe we're not. I think a defeat suggests we won't see him on a singles court, because the semi-finals he's not going to play, and if they make the final, then he's not going to play the singles. But
let's see if he breaks here. Let's see if he breaks back.
You're probably ahead of me in terms of the stream, 30-40.
Yeah, I've got 30-40, yeah.
But you're ahead of me. So let's see how this point pans out. He's got a break point.
He does indeed.
Some emotion on the Spanish bench there. You said you have some issues with your stream today?
Yeah, it's a bit temperamental.
Got it.
I'm watching the point play out now. It's a drop shot from Nadal. Botic gets to it. Cross. Bit of net play. Okay. I'll let you see how it plays out.
I can almost guess. Drop shot here from Rafa. Now on the backhand side. Volley or pick up here from Botic. Has Rafa going to put that one away? No, he's not. There's been a few of those today when you know, Rafa's had a sniff, if you like, albeit I think that's the first break point he's had on the Dutchman serve. But he's been sort of in quite good positions in the rally. You know, this one here, yeah, there's a couple of chances he had to pass Botic and didn't take either.
Yeah.
Just couldn't quite get the venom on that backhand side.
I've paused so we can be a bit more even.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm watching the next point at deuce. Forehand now into the backhand of Botic. They're into the rally here. Decent depth from both players. Rafa, again, they're choosing to slice, giving the Botic the chance to ramp up the forehand, and it's enough to pretty much force the error. Again, Rafa on the slice there. As I say, 2 or 3 years ago, I think we'd have seen a different response to that particular passage of play. Game point now for Botic van der Zandschulp. We might see him. I just wonder if,
Yeah,
him and
he might.
Carl.
I mean, who've Spain got on the doubles?
Well, I mean, the main option is Granollers, no?
Yeah,
So-
obviously their main man there.
Doubles player. And I would be thinking, oh, wonderful forehand there from Rafa. I remember Gil Gross saying something about a year ago when we were sort of building up to the last hurrah of Rafa and playing, as at that point hoped, the Australian Open. But we know how things panned out in Brisbane in terms of picking up another injury. Gil Gross just said, listen, the forehand will probably be there forever. And I think we saw it there. It's other elements of the game where we have seen, the serve slightly, certainly at various points in the last couple of years, has dropped off a bit, particularly as the hip was giving him trouble. And also on the backhand side, bending down for some of those shots. Backhand return here from Rafa. Forehand from Botic is into the net. A few more gifts like that. And we may yet see a miraculous comeback from Rafa. He's not giving up just yet, as he's excited to have another break point in this game.
No, I think he's definitely keeping this, trying to keep this competitive. And, as much as it's tempting to make this match about him, I think what's helping Rafa here is it's not all about him, because he's trying to come good for Spain and trying to get them. There's still a possibility that he's going to keep to fight to get them a point on the board, so Carlos can get the job done rather than keep them in the tie. I think it would be still a little bit of a shock if Spain were to depart here at the hands of the Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he was to pull off the miracle from here and come back into this match, then, Spain would be a heavy favourite to go through. I'm not saying that they're necessarily favourites in the doubles, but with 2 bites at the cherry, and the first of which in the form of Carlos Alcaraz, you would make them huge favourites. But with Netherlands now potentially winning this first rubber, they would become
50-50?
No, a bit more in favour of the Netherlands.
You think?
Yeah, because I make the Netherlands
Koolhof, right?
Yeah, who's also retiring, by the way, and hopefully with a match.
So this is either potentially Rafa. It could be both Nadal's and Koolhof's last match.
Could be in the same day or even on the same court if they both take the doubles court.
That could be.
Backhand return from Rafa. Backhand slice here from Rafa. Forehand Botic into the net. Another gift as we enter the Christmas season. Are we entering the Christmas season, or did I just sort of jump ahead of myself there to get that metaphor or whatever it was in?
I mean, look, it probably feels like that felt like Christmas to Rafa and Nadal. So it's closer than if you said said it in the Australian Open.
Yeah, that's for sure. Or even if it was Halloween or before. Christmas markets here in Germany begin on Friday, so that's part of my excuse.
Only on Friday?
Yeah. No, I mean, they start on Friday.
He's got it. He's got it.
He's got it after a sliced error, this time off the racket of Botic van der Zandschulp. And at least he's extending his career by another game or 2 on a singles court.
Yeah, singles court. Yeah, I think you might be on something with him being like this might be his last singles match. We'll have to see.
Your hesitancy, by the way, has now made me think. I don't know why I had that conviction either, because I was.
But like, is RBA there? RBA's there, right?
RBA's there. Let's play out this scenario. Rafa ends up losing this match in any way, shape, or form, even if it's 7-6 in a deciding set tiebreaker. I'm convinced he's not then going to play the semi-final on a singles court.
Who are they potentially playing? Who's the option in the other quarterfinal?
No clue.
Okay.
No clue. I know Italy's on the other side of the draw. I'm pretty sure about that. So that helps a little bit in terms of Spain hoping to progress. Bearing in mind Italy's prowess right now in terms of last year's champions.
Is Yannick playing?
Yep, he's arrived. He arrived today.
Oh, I kind of want a Yannick Carlos match at the Davis Cup now.
Oh, well, there's a chance.
I'd love to see that final. I think Yannick might wake up.
So, 15 love here, Nadal serving. Good serve there from Rafa. 30 love, is that?
It is,
indeed. I just wasn't sure if it clipped the net. You know, sometimes when I've got the sound down, I always seek to see if they're going to grab another ball or not. But anyway, 30 love.
Come on, Rafa. No pretensive impartiality on this stream. That's nice. Or is that a let? No, it's a let.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones I was just explaining to you that can happen, especially when you got the sound down. It's a let, yeah.
Annoying.
I then have to sort of pause and wait to see if they go for another ball, and on that occasion he did. David Ferrer, not a hair out of place. Would you expect anything less from the smooth Spaniard?
Not bad for a man in his 40s.
Indeed. Doesn't really look much different to how he did 10 years ago. Is that another first serve?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, he's getting more balls, so 30 love. Oh, the old sweat. Remember that in the Australian Open final of 2022 in particular. And I'm sure a few other places too. And that was after about 4 games in a match that he ends up winning like 5 hours later.
I mean, like that Australian, you mentioned greatest comeback. That is probably for me Nadal's greatest comeback, that 2022 Australian Open final.
Yeah, because you can use the word comeback in so many ways, from the foot injury, from absence from the tour, from 2 sets to love down, from love 40 down, and then the comebacks continue, and even the comebacks from the blow that he had, obviously trying to serve it out. He's double faulted there though, so it's 30-15.
So I've just had a look at the draw.
Thank you.
So the winner of this tie will play the winner of Germany versus Canada.
Yes, of course. I did know that from a previous conversation I had with Jan-Lennart Struff, which you can check out on the channel, when him and I were chatting about potentially playing Nadal Spain at the Cup, Davis
and
Cup.
Struff is the number 1 player because Zverev is not playing.
Right. Yeah, so a weakened Germany very much.
Yeah. Canada's got Shapovalov and Raonic.
Raonic and who? Shapovalov.
Yeah, Shapo's there.
Shapo off the back of his first title in about 38 years. 2 double faults back to back there for Rafa, so it's back to 30 all. So the euphoria of him breaking.
Doesn't want to waste that. I'm just looking at this going like, you could play Rafa against the Germany's number 2 if it's Altmaier or Hanfmann. I think he'd have a decent chance in that.
He would, but listen, you've taken your risk today. You've taken your risk today. You've also probably, with this, you've also got to respect the other players on the team that Rafa will be desperate to do. That's a nice forehand for Rafa. No. Is he going to win this point? No, he's gone along with that forehand. 30-40, break point Botic. So I just think that the singles will be done, because whatever happens, you've got to then go to Botic, to Roberto Bautista Agut in the next match. In my opinion, if you want to give yourself the best, you've already taken this risk, and you've already sort of spoken to probably Roberto, and I'm sure that he was very much supportive of the decision. You've done that. You then go into the semi-final. If you then win that semi-final, probably with a win from Roberto Bautista Agut en route, and you're then in the final. Now you then say, look, might call on Rafa for a doubles. We'll see. How's he going to deal with this break point? It should
deal with it perfectly.
Yeah, no, I for this, I am now. You're not going to get me to waver on this. I honestly, even if Rafa wins miraculously in 3 sets, I still think we've seen enough today to suggest that.
And there's a sensibleness into that, because I do think, looking at who Spain's team are, their best doubles team they could put out is Granollers and Nadal, given their doubles
history, definitely. But Where is Nadal at today physically? That's the first question, and that's going to go long, so it's going to be a game point.
But Nadal got to the first of all, doubles is less strenuous. Secondly, the doubles Alcaraz did pretty well at the Olympics.
Agree. They did par, I think. They did okay. They came up against an excellent double pairing and they lost. Yeah. I think the first question is, Nadal, how are you feeling after this? Are you ready to go again if needs be in a doubles match? My suspicion is he might not be, and he's held.
What a serve.
Botic probably should have done better, actually, I think, with that serve. Personally.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a question from Brazy saying, have I penciled Spain to advance? I think it's more interesting because we're talking in terms of like, if Spain advance, how do you play Rafa? Is Rafa there just for show, or are you actually going to play him? And I think I'm looking at possibilities and like whether they could get away with it. I think if Nadal is feeling okay, they could get away with playing him in a single semi-final against, be it Altmaier or Hanfmann or Diallo or Raonic. It would be the final I definitely would be second guessing, particularly against a country like Italy where they would be very strong. You might want to look at RBA as your backup there and put Nadal on the doubles and put your best foot forward there. I'm seeing where you're kind of coming from, John, with do you want to take the risk in the semi-final given you're so close? I would argue, given this format and given it is knockout, any use of Nadal's a risk, and you've just got to base it on who you're facing in terms of opponents. I think Germany and Canada and the Netherlands are opponents you could risk it with. There are other opponents, countries in this draw that I wouldn't. I
just think you've already taken the risk today. If I'm the Spanish captain, and you might be surprised to hear I am not, I have
magnificent long hair, so
yeah, and I speak Spanish and I live there and I love tapas. But I think the risk has been taken today. I think this is the final match because we sort of do with tennis players retiring. There are two sort of send-offs often, aren't there? Not always if you're lucky, but we had the sort of, ended up being in doubles. But imagine Andy Murray had played Wimbledon singles this year. We would have still had that, and we still would have had the doubles Olympics as well. What we've got here is we've got the opportunity to give Rafa a goodbye in this singles encounter. And you say goodbye. And even if we see him on a doubles court in the next 3 or 4 days, you still go, yeah, but that's okay. Because otherwise it feels a bit weird, doesn't it, to have two goodbyes. But actually, in terms of the way tennis is and the way we look at singles in this way, especially someone who's so successful in singles. If we said goodbye to Wesley Koolhof on a singles court, it might be a little bit unusual. But to say goodbye to Rafa, and then if he was to play doubles, but maybe not today, but perhaps in the semis or even the final, that would be another send-off for him. But there may well be a ceremony planned, by the way, which you'd imagine would happen today in between probably the two matches. That's my guess. Between the two singles matches. By the way, that may give us an indication as well.
Probably, yeah. I think that Spain are going to be focused on sort of winning this thing. And maybe they want to do it because you definitely know it's a good ceremony. By the way, Shank from Botic.
Yeah, Shank indeed. And I love how our streams are in sync. Love 30 now on the Nadal serve, on the Botic serve. Sorry.
It's like we're trying to write the story rather than watch it unfold.
Yes, indeed.
And maybe there's one more twist. Maybe there's once again an aging Rocky Balboa, Rafael Nadal, still will not go down. That's an ace from Botic, though. That's going to help.
Botic is the real spoiler here.
He just takes a big punch to the head.
Indeed. But I love how Botic is just so emotionless. It's great.
I've probably just got us demonetized there by accident. It's not something I wish to happen.
15:30 here. Botic to serve into the forehand of Rafa, but that's a good serve, to be fair. Rafa puts the forehand return into the net, 30-all. So Botic's stats, albeit this was, I think, towards the beginning of the second set rather than more recently, his stats were 75% of his first serves were landing in. Now, I know Botic is no John Isner in terms of his serve, but that's a pretty good percentage. I'm going to give him an excellent chance of holding throughout, which is probably why we are where we are. And there is an ace down the tee. and he's going to have a game point. So from love 30 with that shank, he's very quickly won 3 points in a row and now has a game point to put himself 5-3 up, as we see a very concerned-looking Carlos Moya.
Yeah. I'm just going to see if I can... I've realized I might be able to plug some headphones in and hear what's going on.
Sure. And it's another ace there from Botic van der Zandschulp. He holds for 5-3. He's doing his part of the deal today, so to speak. Now, Nadal here serving at 3-5. It is potentially the last singles game of his career. As I say, I think if he loses today, I just don't see him participating in a singles match for the rest of this tournament. And
we'll see. I would not be surprised. You would. That's kind of...
I would be. I would be. I mean, just to sort of see him go out with back-to-back losses in singles as well, just doesn't make sense to me. Goes down the tee, but he's gone long. Now, of course, your argument would be, I think he'll beat Hanfmann. I'm not so sure. Not sure at all.
Hanfmann, Altmaier, Diallo.
Yeah, of course, if it's Diallo or... Yeah, no, just don't think this level is there.
Raonic? They take Raonic?
Probably not.
Would be tough.
Yeah. Of course, they should have played each other at Indian Wells this year until Nadal's last-minute withdrawal. Love 15 here on the Nadal serve.
All right, let's see. Let's see if Nadal can get one last service hold in here.
Yeah. But yes, it's going to be a must-win doubles if they do lose this rubber.
Because what we don't want is Spain to sort of crash out of the Davis Cup like on the first day, and then suddenly they've now got a load of crowd. That's going to impact the crowds they have for the rest of the week, pretty much.
Yeah. But they've also had this down the last sort of 4 or 5 days. Rafa here anyway, going to serve out wide. Should put that volley away and does. Volley stroke smash. 15 all.
Yeah, good play from Nadal. Really using the serve there and dragging Botic up court and then finishing it off with the overhead. Much better serve volley from the Spaniard.
Done a little bit more serve volleying today than normal as well. Again, maybe just shortening those points where he possibly can, but that was obviously a natural take. So Nadal to serve, gets that first serve in. Slightly mishit return from Botic. He apologizes for that, but Rafa cannot punish. And therefore, that's why we got the apology from Botic, because it's 15-30 now, as we see Roberto Bautista Agut, who I am convinced, if Spain qualify. Of course, if Spain don't qualify, we'll never know, and I'll be frustrated.
We've also got Pedro Martinez in there as well.
Yeah. I think if it was Clay, I think he probably would go Pedro, to be honest with you, with how good he is on that surface and how I think Roberto is better suited to elsewhere. But given Roberto Bautista Agut's recent form on indoor hard, I think in particular he'll get the nod. Anyway, 15-30 here. Second serve, Rafael Nadal. Are we looking at just 1 or 2 points away from the end of his singles career? We'll see. Okay. Goes down the tee. Forehand return from Botic is long, so 30 all. Remember that head-to-head between these two is 2-0 for Rafa Nadal. And no matter what happens today, Rafa Nadal's achievements, I don't know where he would rank a head-to-head advantage over Botic van der Zandschulp. I don't know. I don't think it'll get a spot in the Nadal Museum anyway. 30 all here. Nadal to serve. Where's he going with this one? He is going down the tee. Backhand return. He's going to let that one go because it's going way long. And it's going to be a game point for Rafa Nadal in what is likely to be the last service game of his singles career. Whether he holds or not, because obviously then Botic would be the favourite to serve it out. We'll see. Anyway, Nadal here, 40-30, game point. Where are you going with this serve? You are going out wide, and the backhand goes into the net. So we've got a service hold there for Rafa, and it was looking pretty scary at one point. But he does indeed hold.
It has to be said, look at the time of this match. I mean, the first set was 45 minutes. This set's been an hour so far. This has been a very competitive 2-set match. If it ends up being 2 sets. So Rafa's not he's not going down easily here. If that's the case, like we often look at the scores, but if you look at the time of the matches, it's clearly been quite a competitive battle. And so maybe Botic has got the serve to go through the indoor court, but Rafa's broken him at least once today.
Yeah,
has he broken him once?
Yeah. Yeah, he's had more looks on the Botic serve in this set. He had some issues in the first set of reading the serve a few times. He went the wrong way. But he's punching the air there, suggesting that he still certainly very much believes he's in this match. And Botic, you have a job to do for the Netherlands. You certainly don't have a job to do for everyone in the crowd. Well, I say everyone. There's a healthy smattering of Dutch people in the crowd too. I think the commentators said 1,000. I'd have no idea if they just plucked that figure from nowhere or if they have actual official data. But there are plenty of Dutch people in the crowd. But of course, 90% will be desperate for a Rafa Nadal break of serve here. So, Botic van der Zandschulp serving. 5-4 he leads. Set and 5-4 he's going to serve for the match. Well over over 1 hour 48 minutes, on the clock. There was a little break at the end of the first set, but probably not much more than a few minutes. It wasn't like a 10-minute Tsitsipas US Open break, that's for sure. Goes down the tee, goes long, as the caption reminds us that he is serving for the match here, and a 1-0 advantage for the Netherlands. Where are you going to go with this second serve? It's going to be a half chance for Rafa, who has struggled a lot on return today. Does okay with that backhand return. Now, of course, he's going to slice, but Botic has punished that slice so often today. Rafa goes big on the forehand, but goes too big. 15 love.
Yeah. There's definitely been that case of like he's putting a lot of pressure to use that forehand that's the biggest that's his only real weapon he's got left at this point.
Yeah.
And he's trying to put a lot of pressure on to try and use it and kind of be effective with it.
Yeah, he had a chance then. He wanted to take it. Serve that goes well long. So second serve here for Nadal to look at. But Botic has been punishing those slices pretty much all day from Rafa.
Botic doing what he does is being super ruthlessly efficient and obviously using that serve very effectively. Obviously, we saw him do that at the was it the US Open he had a good run at this year?
Yeah, he beat Carlos.
Yeah, that's right.
Rafa going wide there on the backhand. Again, Rafa taking a risk there, probably pulling the trigger a little too early, but he's desperate to change something up here. Botic van der Zandschulp, 30 love. 2 points away from giving the Netherlands a 1-0 lead in this tie. Crashed out, of course, to Jack Draper in the next round.
Did you say Jack Draper? Oh, yeah, US Open.
Straight set.
Yeah, I remember him beating a big player, like got him and Popper in mix up because of that he beat Djokovic, and that wasn't right at all.
Yeah. 30 love here. Botic to serve. Second serve, because that first serve was well wide. Second serve lands into the body of Rafa. Rafa taking up a really close to the baseline position there. Now Rafa's on the forehand. Decent depth from him, but good cross-court shots from both of them. But good defense there from Botic. Rafa going to come into the net. Is he going to put that volley away? No, he's not. And I think that's going to land out. Indeed, it does. I think maybe Rafa didn't hit that volley too cleanly, which is why you got a slight apology before the clenched fist. Anyway, 30-15.
Classic Rafa point. Does not give up. Grits it out. Even if he can't quite finish it off, if he's looking to finish points off anymore, he's finding ways to win them.
Carlos Alcaraz is there as well. Now, many of you might be thinking, where was he before? Well, their pre-match rituals will not be forgotten, even in the wake of this, in terms of the fact that he'll have been on an exercise bike probably for the last half an hour. But here he is, 30-15. Backhand return from Rafa blocked again, as he's done so often today. Is that backhand pass going to work? It is, basically. It's going to be effective because Botic is going to put the forehand volley into the net. Not quite get out of jail free card, but it sort of felt a bit like that. Rafa did pretty well on the pass, but Botic still had the open court for which to put the volley away.
Sounds like the crowd is just lighting up the arena. The cheers every time Rafa wins the point. It's the style that the ceiling's going to come off.
Yeah. Okay, Botic to serve, 30 all. Goes long. The first serve. I mean, that's not tennis etiquette for sure. Okay. Second serve. Backhand return is going to go long, just long, much to the chagrin of Rafa, but it was a good second serve. Botic there maybe keeping an eye on where his opponent is in terms of that aggressive return stance that maybe Rafa might have done earlier on in the match. But anyway, match point here for Botic van der Zandschulp. Yeah.
You can hear the umpire on your stream.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm turning it up deliberately. First serve into the net. Second serve. Remember those returns Nadal did against, I think it was John Isner. Backhand return. Rafa in trouble here, and he's lost the point. He was on the back there as he was so often today. And yeah. So Botic there embracing, of course, Rafa at the net. But easily the better player for me across the two sets.
Yeah, that was Botic van der Zandschulp kind of coming out and doing the job, getting the job done. And, you know, after sort of a year in the wilderness following that Munich loss 18 months ago, he's kind of found his feet again, which is nice to see. And
I agree, yeah.
The kind of performance we'd expect from him.
Yes, I agree. So him winning obviously 6-4, 6-4 today. There was a huge amount of intrigue and probably not knowing which way this match is going to go until 4-all. And just a second here, Rafa's going to acknowledge the crowd. Standing ovation, of course, as you'd probably expect. Rafa waving. As I say, I'm convinced that's his singles career.
We'll find out, I guess. Will we see sort of, unless he announced it tonight, unless I guess we'll see how it all plays out in David Ferrer's selections, provided, of course, Spain get through, because as we were saying earlier, the Netherlands aren't done yet. They're going to be dangerous in the doubles with Wesley Koolhof on their side. And, well, let's face it, if Botic van der Zandschulp can beat it out of from Carlos Alcaraz, so could a talent Griekspoor.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. 8 aces off the racket of Botic today were just a 2 from Rafa, but that barely tells the story. As I say, they got to 4-all, and neither player had to face a break point, but then Rafa soon went 15-40 down on his serve, and on the second of those break points, Botic took the advantage and ended up serving it out. Soon went up an early break, ends up being a double break advantage that he garnered before Rafa did fight back, as only he can, as he's done so often in his career, getting one of those breaks back and did threaten. Certainly, I think it was love 30 he had on the Botic serve at one point to retrieve the double break, almost like he did with Novak Djokovic in Paris this year when he goes a double break down in the second set before getting back on serve. But also, like in Paris, he did end up being on the losing side. Will Spain be on the losing side in this tie? I make the Netherlands slight favourites now because they've got 2 bites at this. And although they are not favourite in the next one, I do make them slight favourites in the double. But I don't know what you think.
I always think doubles is fairly 50-50. I don't know what the doubles team they're going to put forward of like Koolhof and van der Zandschulp is going to be like. Obviously, Koolhof's great, great player in the doubles, but I think with an untested partnership, things can even out. We saw that at the Billie Jean King Cup with the Czechs losing despite having Katerina Siniakova. So I'd say the doubles is still a pretty tightly balanced affair going into that. So, but that all depends on the performance of Carlos Alcaraz in the next match.
I think we're both nervous. Yes, I have to say the first service game didn't go smoothly.
He's saying the first serves didn't go smoothly, but at least they were landing in.
But that's what it is to play here in Spain against Rafa. I think he's the biggest sportsman here in Spain that ever lived. So it was a really special event. every tennis player goes through difficult emotions, but when you were going through that tough start, and also in the second set when Rafa came back and you hit those great serves from love 30, what were you thinking? How did you get through those moments?
Yeah, I have to say, it's tough to close out a match against him, knowing that maybe it could be his last or not. And yeah, I felt that was like...
I think there won't be a ceremony right now. That's just a guess, and I'm getting a lot of my guesses wrong in the last 24 hours. So
a lot of Rafa fans are probably hoping that's not the last that your guess about him not being playing again are going to be wrong as well.
I think what they might do is they might wait for the next match to pan out. And like I say, we'll see something, but they might see how the next match pans out. Let's say Carlos wins it, then they go to the doubles, and whether Rafa takes the court in that doubles match or not, you know, they then might. But I wonder if we're going to see the Rafa ceremony when Spain go out. That's maybe what I'm probably trying to say. So if Spain go out today, whenever that happens, that's when the Rafa ceremony will be. If they don't go out today, then the Rafa ceremony is postponed, even if he doesn't take the court for the semi-finals. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I think they need the heads up, and that's sort of going more towards, you know, but there's going to be a ceremony, and maybe there's another clue out there in that we haven't seen Federer or Djokovic yet. Djokovic has said that he would be there if he possibly can anyway for the farewell. So maybe there's a ceremony planned, it may be planned for Sunday. Who knows? Even if, I don't know.
Even if it's,
maybe
make it part of the finals event, whoever they play. I mean, that could be
probably do
true.
a pre-match as well. Probably if it is Sunday, if they do it on Sunday, and that may be why they may be basically. I'm sure Djokovic got the call saying, "Look, we're going to do the ceremony on Sunday and do it pre-match because, of course, you want to have the post-match feeling all about the winning nation." Yeah. So, yeah,
that would make sense. It'd be part of it. I think it'd be make it a huge event. Whoever was in the final, I mean. Yeah, we'll have to see how this all plays out. I'm still relatively confident about Spain making it, but I'm just looking at sort of seeing, you know, the dream scenario is that Spain win it, and then the whole day is about Spain. But I think
the dream scenario, and also Nadal doesn't need to play singles, but Nadal, you know, playing in that doubles match. Let's not get too carried away that he ends up winning the doubles with a forehand winner in a third set tiebreaker. Or deciding set tiebreaker. But ultimately, the realistic dream scenario is that Spain win it and they do it on the doubles court, probably with Nadal on that court on Sunday. I'm going to set up a different stream. Shall I set up a different stream, or should we just stay with this
Alcaraz?
one? Yeah, I mean, I can always just edit the title.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you're the bot.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna cover it. I'm gonna cover the match for sure myself. I just a case of whether I create a new stream or I just keep this one going. I mean, we've got 35 people watching.
We've got lots of people on here. I mean, like that.
Yeah, and I can edit. I can edit the title at least on YouTube pretty easily, and people know what's going on. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I tell you what, we're gonna do. We'll take a short break. If I see a ceremony suddenly break out, which I don't think it will, we'll come back. We'll take a short break. We'll listen to Uncle Toni Nadal talk about some of those near misses in Rafa's career, which, of course, is something we've already done a big show on. But here's Uncle Tony's words on that exact topic. If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
There have matches.
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the fifth.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50, I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He will win. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he lose. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
Are we back live? Are we back live? Oh, I'm here. Nick is not. He'll be back shortly, I'm sure. No big deal. I'm still watching images on our screen. Let's have another little short break as well. Let's have a quick look at some of Nadal practicing from a couple of days ago. And I will certainly be back with you shortly, but so will Nick. Do stay with us because we're going to stay live and we're going to bring you Carlos Alcaraz against Talon Griekspoor.
Ready? Play.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. So I'm back with you, Nick. Whenever you're ready, you can join. But feel free if you need a couple more minutes. But whenever you're ready, just click yourself back and you will also be with me as we look forward to Carlos Alcaraz against Talon Griekspoor. I've just been hearing the commentators speculate on what they think will happen. And they're also reflecting on David Ferrer's decision to play Nadal today in that first match. But as they said, Alcaraz should get the job done here. He's the favorite. And then it comes down to the doubles, which they said is 50-50. Yeah, that's how I see it as well. So I think the Nadal risk has been taken. And as I say, I don't think it'll be taken again in terms of the singles, but who knows? But we're not seeing a ceremony right now. I have just seen, by the way, a Nadal press conference is about to take place. So almost certainly there'll be no ceremony right now. Yeah. As I see Alcaraz, they're being prepped by David Ferrer before entering the court. Shall we have a quick look at the Alcaraz Griekspoor head-to-head? Because I have absolutely no idea how it is. Off the top of my head, I don't remember them playing each other, but they probably have. We're going to find out now. Indeed, they have 4 times, including as recently as in Beijing. And by the way, Alcaraz leads the head-to-head 4-0. 2 occasions they have played on a hard court, albeit both times are outdoor hard. They've also played on the outdoor clay at the Paris Olympics this year and at Wimbledon. Do you recall any of these matches? Because I very quickly said I don't recall them playing, and yet they did play just a few weeks ago in Beijing.
I remember none of them. And by look at the score lines, I don't think any of them were that memorable.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I have a stream, Nick, so it doesn't matter in terms of... Well, I hope you do get a stream at some point. But
I've got it up. For some reason, it's still playing the Nadal stream and not switching to the Alcaraz one. So
yeah, well, I mean, they're not even... let's say, on court yet. I just see them backstage with Alcaraz just prepping himself. And here comes Griekspoor.
And in many ways, Alcaraz got the pressure of keeping Spain in it. Obviously, they're 1-0 down, but Alcaraz plays with pressure all the time. That's what comes with being top players in the world. Expecting to see him in these big finals such as Wimbledon and Roland Garros. This is why you put your number 2 players on second, because you're either going to try to get the job done, or you're trying to, or you're trying to keep your nation in the tournament. We'll see which one this is.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was just saying to our audience that the commentators I dipped into suggested that should it go to the doubles, they see it as a 50-50, which, sounds about right to me.
50-50 in the doubles? Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. They also said that they are expecting, at least at the moment, it to be Canolas and Alcaraz.
Yeah. So yeah, still as per scheduled.
At least that's maybe they're just going off that, which is all we can go off. And for those of you wondering, what do we mean? Well, those are the chosen doubles pairing at the beginning of the day, but last minute changes are frequent, let's say. I think Iga, for example, wasn't at least officially scheduled to play doubles on what day?
Either occasion. She was subbed in both times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's kind of normal, right?
Yeah, it's not unheard of in Davis Cup or Billie Jean King Cup.
It kind of then comes down to just how are you feeling? Are you feeling as though you can go again? By the way, Iga has said, I think, post second match, she just said, I am absolutely spent. I have no more energy left, having played 2 epic encounters in the same day. In fact, not just in the same day, but back to back.
Yeah, back to back. I think they did benefit from a sort of a day off, but it was a very late finish against Czechia. Italy, tough loss. But yeah, those were big. Those were real epic matches, those 2.
Indeed. By the way, I had a little tricky task today, which was pronouncing. I had it on audio, by the way, throughout, and I was playing it from time to time because I thought it was both amusing, but also meant that I could avoid saying the name. And it was this name, Nick, which I had to do during the commentary earlier, and this is the name.
Victoria Hrunčáková.
Hrunčáková.
Yeah, Emma Raducanu's opponent. Yeah, Hrunčáková. Yeah.
Name that we'll probably have to try and pronounce again ahead of the Billie Jean King Cup final between Italy and Slovakia.
Yeah, what did you see any of that encounter or any of the
as much as I was able to pay attention to?
Yeah.
I thought obviously Emma Raducanu did her stuff, did well, kind of just was doing what she was doing all week of being the slightly better player amongst the sort of the number ones. The Shramkova-Bolter match was a bit of a seesaw affair. It was all over the place. They're both quite similar players. And at the end of the day, it was Shramkova who kind of has been kind of the grittier player this tournament. She's definitely been one of the MVPs of the whole of Billie Jean King Cup, so I wasn't surprised. The doubles I thought was going to be 50-50, but the Slovakian team just steamrolled through, looked so comfortable. And Slovakia fight their way into an unexpected final, their first since 2002. And they're going to be bringing Italy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Italy, for me, the favourites there.
Yeah. I'd say so. Pretty heavily. With the Paulini's definitely going to be the heavy favourite against Shramkova. Doubles pairings, I would say. The Italian gold medalists, you're going to back them pretty much any match. And I have to say, even the number one match, I'd say whether they play Cocciaretto or Bronzetti, they're going to be favourites against Hrunčáková.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, so of course last year's finalists looking to go one step further, unlike last year when they lost to Canada. But that was obviously a Leila Fernandez-inspired Canada that really took things away there for the Canadians. But can Alcaraz gain Spain parity here in the tie and force the doubles?
One Spanish French Open champion out, another one in as they swap Carlos Moya for one Carlos Ferrero.
Very good. Yes, but I was actually, of course, thinking of the players on the court because both Rafa Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz are French Open champions.
That is true. Yes, I mean, I do think that Spain would do very well getting a charity doubles match together with Moya and Nadal playing Ferrero and Alcaraz. I think that would sell a lot.
That is got to happen someday. Yes, that's got to happen.
I don't think there's quite this. I think there's a shorter gap between Alcaraz and Nadal winning. That there is because Alcaraz has won the year up. Who won? Yeah, 2 years after Nadal won his last one, whereas there was a 5-year gap between Moya and Ferrero winning their French Opens, and then only a 2-year gap between Ferrero and Nadal. So, hey, maybe that means that Alcaraz is going to be mentoring someone after dominating the French for a few years. Probably not. No one's going to dominate like Nadal did.
No, maybe not to that extent, but who knows? He might have his own patch, if you like.
Although it might end up being at Wimbledon that he ends up deciding that.
No, that would be a turn up. That would certainly be a turn up. But it's looking that way right now, but it's only because of course, the 2-1, so to speak, in terms of the advantage. But yes, advantages here are certainly with Alcaraz in terms of the head-to-head 4-0. Not played indoor hard. Probably it does narrow the gap slightly. But I still think we saw enough from a recovering health Alcaraz last week in Turin to suggest he will have too much for Griekspoor. It'll be interesting to see how Alcaraz responds, obviously, to a very different kind of pressure when you're playing for your nation compared to how it was representing yourself individually. We saw him obviously very emotional after losing that Olympics final to Djokovic earlier on this year.
Yeah, he was. Although having said that, he was one of two clear better players throughout the entire field. And that Olympics final, even though it was straight sets, was very, very competitive.
Indeed.
Like, yes, he'll be emotional that he lost it, but he was one of the highest performing players in that field by quite some margin, and only a very determined, if aging, great in Djokovic stood in his way. And there we go. It's we're mentioning his name second most to Nadal on this stream.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Okay, so they are just finishing their serves now, and they've taken their sips of water. And last bits of advice, at least for a game or two from their captains, as Alcaraz seeks to get Spain back into this tie.
Big pressure on both, because obviously if the Netherlands don't want to have the pressure of dealing with it. I mean, this would be a crazy result if the Netherlands beat Spain 2-0. What can Griekspoor do? Can he overturn this result as he serves to start the match off?
Yeah, what was I going to say? I don't know, something of probably little or no importance, and maybe if it is important, it'll come back to me.
It was nice to start off, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a good start. And, you know, Griekspoor and Zandschulp do have very similar strengths as players, it has to be said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's an excellent strength from Carlos Alcaraz, who used his speed and the bullet forehand. What a pass at the net. I just blinked and suddenly he was there, hitting it.
Yeah.
He's here, people. Alcaraz is here, he's awake and he's firing. All doubt side put aside with one forehand. Oh, he's got to contend with that serve though.
Cool.
He's got to contend with this Griekspoor serve, which, yeah, is
2015.
Big deal. Oh, okay. The race.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil points that are going to take longer than a shot.
What channel do you watch this on, Davis Cup in the UK?
Tennis Channel.
Okay. So I have like a tennis channel icon in the top right-hand corner, but it comes through. I have to click on my Amazon Prime app.
Interesting. I think maybe that's the deal we've got in Germany. I think I didn't dig around in my Amazon Prime. I actually cancelled it because I don't use it anymore.
Yeah.
But it might be an option in the UK. Definitely an option in Europe by the sound of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I've kept it because I still have tennis on there from time to time.
By the way, first full rally of the match has ended with Botic van der Zandschulp netting, and it's 40-30.
Tell on Griekspoor. But I get
the wrong Dutch guy.
40-30.
Fast rewind back to US Open.
Yeah, right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Alcaraz probably still having nightmares about that one. He is capable of inexplicable defeats, though, isn't he, Carlos? That actually now become more explicable with time. But
what do you mean by that?
I mean, the fact that they're inexplicable, or the fact that they become more explicable with
time.
So I just think, take the Marozsan one. That's the one that sort of stood out for me at one point or another. And it's like, Oh, okay. So Marozsan is a far better player than we realized. And he's also one of these guys that 1 in 10 will just red line and play unbelievable. And Alcaraz's form or performances in Rome haven't quite replicated what he's done elsewhere, particularly on a clay court. But the main thing is the fact that Marozsan can just do that to someone, in that he's just that good, but he is also that high-risking player. And in the drop shots that day, he out-drop shot, I think, Carlos. Then, of course, we had other defeats that Carlos has had, as that one just mentioned against Botic, that seemed to come from nowhere. But, you know, post-Olympics hangover, a lot of tennis. Oh, lovely lob there from Griekspoor.
It was out.
Oh, it went long. Okay. Yeah, I just think that probably, in terms of some of the things that Carlos said and how we saw everybody, or at least on the men's side, who played the Olympics, then struggled also at the US Open, because then we saw obviously Djokovic go out, I think, the next day. So there was a bit more to be explained there. Then maybe a year or so ago, I had probably maybe slightly higher expectations of Carlos on an indoor hard court, but now we are seeing a slight pattern that it might take him another year or two before he really gets there. So some of those losses to Humbert, for example, or I forget who he lost to in Paris-Bercy last year, but he had another early loss there last year as well.
Yeah, that was a weird one. It affects me as well. Well, I guess if anyone remembers, let us know.
I'm going to find out. Safiullin. And again, Safiullin, Humbert, maybe similar types of player, both very good on indoor hard.
Very fast players.
Alcaraz, they're getting away with that one. It's back to deuce.
Yeah, it's opening game taking to a real battle here. It's basically a case of can Griekspoor find a good serve? If not, Alcaraz is right in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Case in point. Good second serve, bit of a body serve. Alcaraz couldn't follow through with the backhand. It goes out. Advantage to Netherlands to try and get out this game.
Also, Alcaraz, between probably the Medvedev loss in New York, which again, I'm talking 2023 here, which again was just after a grueling stretch that included playing Canada. And then obviously the final he had against Novak in Cincinnati, and then finally, you know, finishing off that section of the season with the semi-final against Medvedev, I think just ran out of gas and was carrying a slight injury. So there was an explanation there, even if probably the result at first took us by surprise. Just seeing Alcaraz run that one down, but he's going to hit it out. And so the Netherlands, Griekspoor hold for 1-love. Yeah. So just a bit more flesh on the bones in terms of the narrative when sometimes. But I also think that we're probably going to see, certainly at this stages in their career, we're going to see maybe Alcaraz have 1 or 2 more of these surprise defeats than Sinner, which is probably why we're seeing Sinner as the comfortably world number 1. And yet when they come up against each other, this year at least, Alcaraz has had the better of things.
Yeah, he has, including at Indian Wells, which is a hard court, because, I mean, let's face it, I think hard courts kind of, Alcaraz, it kind of
on the natural
neutralizes Alcaraz's strengths, but he's still way better than most players on those. And definitely a rival for Sinner, as we've seen over the years. So yeah, but Alcaraz is definitely showing himself to be a bit more up and down compared to Jannik, who is a bit more consistent. But, you know, even Sinner's not immune to some strange drop-offs. So whatever injury he was carrying over the sort of the natural service segment of the calendar definitely impacted his ability to pick up titles there. Although who knows whether he would have still got Roland Garros at Wimbledon, given how well Carlos was playing. I think that rivalry is definitely pretty fascinating. He's obviously got 1 over Carlos in this. He beat him at the Six Kings Slam, didn't he?
Yes, Sinner did. Yeah. Listen, the rivalry, and in terms of the head-to-head advantage for Alcaraz, for me, comes down to a few factors. First of all, they've played each other at Grand Slams, and I do think over the 5 sets, albeit I know Jannik won the first encounter between them at Grand Slam at Wimbledon, but over 5 sets, we know how Alcaraz is going into those 5th sets, and he's got 3 5-set wins over Sinner. Certainly Roland Garros and US Open. Yeah, like I said, maybe just 2 5-set wins over him. But there you go. That's one thing. The second thing is they played twice at Indian Wells. And I think Alcaraz is, I don't know if he's going to quite dominate it, but he's going to win many more than just the 2 titles he's won, because I actually think Indian Wells, slow, gritty, hard court, maybe even better suited to him than either of the 2 natural surfaces, where he also holds an advantage, I think, over Yannick, and will probably, if they play more on the natural surfaces, probably he'll end up where Yannick excels is the other half of the tour, which is just sort of medium to fast hard courts. So it's kind of a nice balance, because half the sort of venues, Alcaraz will have some kind of advantage, I would have thought, in the way he likes to play, certainly at the moment in their careers. Whereas for Yannick, it is probably, and the other half of the sort of medium to fast hard courts. Particularly indoors, I would probably expect Yannick to win right now. And indoors is where we are at today, with Carlos leading 30-15 here as he tries to get his first game on the board.
When do you see Carlos moving back ahead of Zverev and making it a proper 1-2 rivalry with Yannick?
You mean in terms of the rankings, I guess?
Rankings, yeah.
Could come as soon as Australia. I mean, Zverev has a semi-final to defend there. Alcaraz, what's the gap right now? It's only a few hundred points, am I right?
Yeah, it's like, if they swapped, I think it would be enough to turn the tables. If Alcaraz if they repeat the quarterfinal and Alcaraz won it, then that would be enough, I would think.
Or if it was a final and Carlos won the final, yeah. So let's just see if Carlos can, at least if Carlos goes deep, if he can go further than Zverev. Right now, I'd say that's 51-49. It'd be interesting to see with Carlos and Yannick do what they did last year, was basically play no warm-up for Australia. Obviously had very different levels of success with that. They might do the same. They might. One of them, Carlos, if anyone's going to change their pattern, Carlos might opt to play a Brisbane or something like that. So, but I think Yannick will stick. Obviously, he won the tournament, and I think it's a way of trying to add a couple of weeks to the season, if you like, in terms of, I think you're also thinking about the season as it pans out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think over the season, I think Alcaraz has definitely got more opportunities to gain, particularly over clay courts where both he and Yannick were injured. They both underperformed. Like, there's points on the table in Madrid and Rome. Maybe even Monte Carlo if Alcaraz can get over whatever holds him back there. So, yeah, no, it won't be long, but I'm looking forward to the day they kind of opposite each other, and we might. I think the next phase of their rivalry is for them to play each other in the Grand Slam final, because that's
right. That's kind of funny. We haven't seen them in a Grand Slam final yet, but we have seen them obviously in the semi-final. I mean, that's obviously the thing. They keep sort of, I don't think, have they been ranked 1 and 2 going into a Grand Slam? They might well have been for New York, were they this year?
No, it was Sinner and Djokovic who were 1 and 2.
Sinner and Djokovic 1 and 2, was it?
Yeah.
It's a nice point. Griekspoor.
Yeah, it is. It's 1 and 2. Oh no, were they 1 and 2? No, it was Sinner and Djokovic at Wimbledon as well, I think, because Sinner and Alcaraz were the same half of the draw.
Were they? So they were on a collision course for the semi-finals before Sinner obviously lost. Then the other one for sure, French Open, because they did meet in the semis.
Yeah.
Australia.
That's a great. You've actually a brilliant piece of volleying from Carlos Alcaraz.
Australia, I'm guessing Djokovic was world number 1 at that point.
Yeah, still. Yeah, Sinner hadn't dethroned him at that point.
That is a lovely volley, yeah.
In the clay court season. Djokovic is still clinging on to a top 8 place at the minute, and that's about where he's going to be ranked. Dangerous quarterfinal opponent.
I'm going to hazard a guess, and some of these I get wrong, but actually with Carlos, I've got his scheduling guesses quite right. I was pretty sure that he would skip Canada. And I think he did, and I remember saying that like a year ago when he lost that semi-final to Medvedev, thinking, you know what, the run-up for the US Open for these guys. Of course, he skipped Canada because he was playing the Olympics, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a regular thing for him, or at least they try it in 2025, just because Canada, Cincinnati, New York, you know, some people play Washington as well, but maybe there's 2 factors behind playing those 4 tournaments. One, if you're Daniil Medvedev, this is when you're making hay. Okay, hard courts, North American swing, and so on. Yeah. Oh yeah, so it is.
Great point. Which, I mean, do you want spoilers?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Talon saved it with an ace, so you may continue your point.
Yeah, so you got to make hay. If you're not in the top 10 in the ranking, you're probably not making finals week in, week out, so you probably don't have to quite worry as much as someone like Carlos would about the grueling nature of the schedule. I'm sure you do across the year, but for certain parts. So, and you've got to get ranking points and prize money too. So yeah, so therefore it's only the sort of top 5 players in the world that probably need to think about this, and Carlos is one of them. And yeah, I think in 2025, I think a Cincinnati, New York run-up is more than enough. And I think in Australia, yeah, I think he'll play a warm-up event. What are the options? I think it'll be in Australia as well. He won't go sort of do a Hong Kong or India, no, because again, those tournaments are good, but the players that play them are thinking, I want to get some ranking points and so on and so forth here, rather than have the absolute pristine, perfect preparation for Melbourne, which of course is to play, a tournament within that country. Or maybe, is there one in New Zealand for the men, or is it just the...
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if it's the first week or the second week, but there is usually one.
Because the gap, the only thing is the gap between Brisbane and Melbourne is a bit longer, isn't it? So
2 weeks. Brisbane's usually Brisbane's going to be the first week with United Cup, which is the other one to consider.
Yeah, United Cup, which maybe Alcaraz would opt for. But yeah, I can see him playing. I see Griekspoor is held, by the way, for 2-1. Yeah, I think so. I think Carlos will play. Whether I think Yannick probably will skip again. I think.
I'm just having a look at what we've got on the schedule. So yeah.
Oh yeah, who's signed up for the United Cup in terms of the top men players?
Yeah, I'll have a look at that as well. So United Cup is going to be in Perth and Sydney, and that's in the first week, same as Brisbane, also Hong Kong, but we don't think Alcaraz is going to play Hong Kong. And then it's Adelaide and Auckland the week before, but I wouldn't recommend playing the week before. So, and then in terms of who signed up for the United Cup, so yeah, neither Alcaraz nor Sinner signed up, but Italy and Spain are present. Pablo Carreño Busta will be leading Spain's efforts using a protected ranking, whilst Flavio Cobolli will be leading Italy's efforts, at least for the men. Women's side, Jasmine Paolini is going to be leading things for Italy. It's going to make them a strong team on the women's end of things, whereas Jessica Pujas Monero is the one in there for Spain. So yeah, the two ATP superstars won't be there. However, Iga Swiatek and Coco Gauff will be. So two of the top. So actually, 3 of the top 4 will be there. The only one who won't be there, because she won't be allowed to be there, is Arina Sabalenka. And actually, Rybakina's in it as well.
Okay. But anyway, so it does look like that Sinner and Alcaraz will not play United Cup. So then it just comes down to whether one or either or both play. Brisbane is probably the one that would be most likely.
In Brisbane, yeah.
And as I say, I think it'll be. I think Yannick will probably stick to what he did last year, obviously, in terms of that recipe working. And then that still means he's got plenty left in the tank to do Rotterdam and Indian Wells and Miami. Has he signed up for Rotterdam again, Yannick?
I wouldn't know where to check that. Maybe the Rotterdam website.
I just wonder if he hasn't signed up yet for Rotterdam, which obviously is still a while away yet, February. But
he doesn't need to until even Christmas time or just after.
No, but I wonder if he'll skip that and just sort of.
Yeah, he doesn't need those 500 points.
No, and just give it full steam. I mean, he'll know how he was feeling physically. And that's something, of course, we don't know about all these players. Maybe Carlos. Of course, Carlos had a sort of injury spell, didn't he, when he got injured on the clay? He's definitely missing the South American clay court swing, which, of course, he's done the last couple of years. Good kick serve there from Carlos. Holding serve comfortably to love. 2-2.
Gets the job done there. And it has to be said at the minute, Carlos is looking the more comfortable player out there, and it's really Griekspoor's serve that's keeping this game on par in terms of games.
Indeed.
That's helping a lot. Yeah, I would need to have a look and see who's signed up for Brisbane and see who's in it from the men's perspective. I mean, United Cup, they do have 2 of the top 4 players in the world, in that they have Zverev and Fritz.
Okay.
So very strong US team, Fritz and Goff.
Yeah.
Leading that one. Brisbane International Tennis Tournament. Starting on the 29th of December 2024. I can see it's 15 all, by the way. So again, this is another
game where he's going to try and get involved for sure.
Yeah. Looking at sort of who's confirmed for the men at Brisbane: Holger Rune, Francis Tiafoe, Gael Monfils, Grigor Dimitrov, Sebi Korda, and then for the Aussies, they've got Nick Kyrgios, Alexei Popyrin, and Jordan Thompson. So not like there's a few sort of big names in there, not really any top teners yet, but would be I guess it depends on like whether Sinner and Alcaraz feel like they need the warm up, and also B, whether it's worth warming up for 250 points.
Yeah. I have not mentioned it for a while because it's not been relevant in terms of where we are in the season, but I've been saying for probably 2 years now that I don't see the United Cup as being the ideal build-up for Melbourne. I don't think it's necessarily a huge problem, and ultimately, if you're performing like Jannik Sinner did last year, whether he plays the United Cup or not probably doesn't make a huge difference. I just think that that first of all, your destiny is not in your own hands, so you don't know how many matches you're going to be playing, and you might want to play more matches. There's also the emotional energy involved in playing, maybe playing a lot of tennis, maybe playing singles and doubles. I just think that Brisbane is where you want to be at, or in Yannick's case and Novak's case to some extent. I mean, Novak, of course, played the United Cup last year, first time, I think, since in its new format, and then makes the semis and doesn't win Australia for only the second time, I think, in recent years. And the other time, of course, was when he wasn't allowed in the country. So, yeah, Sabalenka, of course, doesn't play United Cup the last 2 years.
Should we play in Brisbane?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And interestingly, if you look at the kind of the pattern of who wins tournaments, I mean, like the men's side is a bit skewed because Djokovic never played a warm-up before Australia. Australia was his start to the season, or like usually was. I can't remember. Like maybe he did occasionally play a warm-up, but he didn't need to. He never won it. He never did well. And Sinner didn't play a warm-up last year. I think Nadal did when he won it recently, but
he played the Melbourne Somerset, which was a nice warm up for him. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that was it. So basically,
he needed tennis. He needed to play matches at that point, and playing on Rod Laver Arena can only help as well. Because of course, those other United Cup matches are not played at the Rod Laver Arena. I think that might make a slight difference if that was the case. Then I might be a bit more in favour.
Yeah, like the ATP, basically, it's like you don't need to warm up to win it. Historically, WTA is the opposite. Typically, if you play and do well, like semi-finals, final, or even winning kind of the opening 500, be that in Brisbane or Adelaide, wherever that's held, that's generally where your title winners come from.
But I mean, that makes sense as well. I mean, for men, of course, they can get away with their slightly slow start because you can go a set down and win in 4 sets. You go a set down in the women's and you're unbelievably vulnerable, aren't you?
Exactly. Someone else might be vulnerable to Alcaraz, who is brutal forehand, but he's missed it completely. Love 30.
There's 2 huge forehands in a row there for he's missed, because I've seen the first one.
Yeah,
and I'm about to watch the second one. Yeah. He's only just missed it. So love 30.
Did you rename the stream, by the way?
I did. You won't see it. You won't
No,
see it on the StreamYard thing, but I have renamed it on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, good. As long as everyone knows which match we're watching.
Yeah.
And if someone could tell me which match we're watching, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's Griekspoor, not Baltic, but it might not be the last time we make that mistake.
I mean, look, you're talking to the person who for an entire stream called Azarenka Sabalenka, so it's not beyond the realms. Love 40.
Yeah.
Love 40. The alarms are going off for Spain. After me saying that Alcaraz had the better, was looking the more comfortable player, suddenly he's going to get himself really out of trouble here.
Could be a late night, this, if this goes 3, for example.
Misses the first serve. He's missed the first serve, people. So in the middle of the box. Got forehand from Alcaraz up the line. Forehand Griekspoor to the Alcaraz forehand. He's put it in the net. He's put it in the net as my stream ends at the most dramatic moment, but he has put it in the net and Alcaraz has been broken. And the Netherlands lead.
Yep, and I've just seen that forehand. A tail of 3. I don't know if it's loose, but certainly erred 3 times on the forehand side, 2 of which went out. 1 was particularly big and wild. 1 was particularly big and just out. And there was a forehand into the net. And Griekspoor breaks for 4-2.
There we go. Got it back. So, yeah. And suddenly, Spain might be looking a little bit worried.
Yeah. Good job that sets and games don't really matter in a sort of ATP finals or WTA finals way, because they've yet to win a set, of course. But that's all irrelevant. It's all about winning your rubbers, and it's only one break to serve.
Huge turn from Alcaraz, going to come into the net behind it. Oh, Griekspoor puts him off balance. We've got the fantastic volley out the air from Carlos Alcaraz, almost above the shoulder, down, smacked it. But tell you what, Griekspoor did a very good job of keeping him off balance at the net and attacking him while he was there. Great recovery from Carlos Alcaraz after that point.
Of course, he did get put off balance slightly because of that net cord, but I know what you mean. But in the end, Carlos dealt with it. This volley actually is pretty good in a way, and on the stretch that he then sort of gives himself a half chance with that flick of the racket. It's still obviously something that you and I would struggle to pull off, but a man of Carlos Alcaraz's caliber. I don't know why. I think it's caliber. It's caliber, isn't it? I think too many people over the years have jokingly said caliber that I've ended up mimicking them, even though I know it's wrong.
Huge forehand, and that's actually a winner at the line from Alcaraz. He's got to love 30. He wants that break back.
Sometimes as a joke, it's almost like the person who sort of does a little flick as a joke and then it becomes a habit. Sometimes as a joke, I say definitely. I know it's definitely, but I do it as a joke. And then I think sometimes it just seeps into my normal speak and people are going, what an idiot. Anyway, Carlos Alcaraz is not an idiot there. Love 30.
Oh, he's got a second serve coming up for Toni Griekspoor. Oh, lucky let cord. I mean, by let cord, it comes off the top of the net and dribbles over onto Alcaraz's side. It could have dropped on Griekspoor's side, but it did not. That's a tight second serve. That's less tight, but he really went for it. Great return from Alcaraz. Griekspoor just clears the net. Alcaraz punishes that, and it's love 40.
There we go. That was a good second serve. So good, I thought it might even have landed out. But yeah, Alcaraz punishes there with that short ball. Because Alcaraz, even though it was a really good second serve, dealt with it with unbelievable velocity.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, like I thought he'd get pushed back by that second serve, but then he just still tees off an insane return. As is the way of the game now. It's all about the return. He gets a return off the Griekspoor first serve. No, it's out. The Alcaraz return is just out, and that's one break point saved. 15-40. $15-40 for the Nether. 15-40. Another break point to save for Toni Griekspoor. Stepping up for the Orange Army. Might be a different sport, actually, I'm referring to there. Backhand and play from Alcaraz, short. If Griekspoor going to attack, he's going to try and follow it into the net. Oh, he fumbles it! He fumbles it because Alcaraz hit the ball right at his feet. And there we go. Carlos Alcaraz breaks straight back, and he's looking at his box like, I am the man, or whatever it is in Spanish.
Indeed. Such a venomous pass that Griekspoor was unable to pick up. And we're back on serve, but if anything, maybe a little bit more momentum now with the Spanish team. By the way, how many likes are we at on this video? I hope we're at least at 50 likes. I'm asking the chat, by the way, as much as anything else. They normally help me out. I mean, I can go on YouTube and check as well, but sometimes it's nice to let the guys in the chat do a little bit of the lifting.
Help us out here. I mean, we've got helpful people in the chat in a minute, like Ghosty and Nerlan.
Oh, yeah. Normally they let us know. I'm going to guess 50, but just because I think we got to 20 pretty quickly. That was quite some time ago. We were on 20 odd. That was during the first set of the Nadal Bontić van der Zandschulp match, which, of course, Botic won in straight sets 6-4, 6-4. Yeah, so GB, that's a bit of a disappointment, obviously, having had one foot in the final. Bearing in mind they won the first set, they won the first match, and then Bolter wins the first set.
Yeah, I mean they were the overall favourites. I mean, like I did think Schrankova might be able to beat Bolter. They seemed similarly matched, and the doubles could go either way. But I thought that on the whole they should be favourites given how strong their singles lineup was.
Yeah.
They were going to be massive underdogs whoever they played in the final, whether it was going to be Italy or Poland.
Yeah.
So I wasn't optimistic about them winning the whole thing, although wouldn't rule it out. But yeah, Slovakia are just producing something special, and it's great to see that run from them. Yeah, I think. Look, let's face it. Emma did nothing wrong this tournament. She did what she needs to do. We barely saw the doubles pairings because Casey was so efficient at getting the job done, apart from against Schrankova. And I guess Schrankova is a really tricky player at this point of the season. Like her end of the season has been really, really impressive. She's been to 3 finals, and now she's competing for another trophy.
Saw you tweeting about her a couple of days ago. Yeah, but yeah, as you say, a little disappointing. I think because pre-match favourites or pre-tie favourites, and then they win the first one, and then they go up a set in the second one. You're sort of thinking, okay. But the Bolter one probably was the one that you were thinking, because I think I did, like many people expect Raducanu to win that first rubber, although of course that can go either way in many respects. And then you have the jeopardy with the doubles for sure that could certainly go either way. But yeah, I think once Bolter lost, I did fear the worst. But yeah, pre-match.
I thought the doubles would be 50-50 given, the caliber of the doubles players involved. But yeah, the Slovakian team just played so well during it.
Yeah.
And obviously it was a battle between two doubles partners because Olivia Nichols and, how do you pronounce the name? Begins with a J. I'll look it up. But yeah, that they were kind of opposite sides of the net for once. I have a habit of trying not to. I don't want to butcher the name on the stream.
Is the Nadal Academy tweeting here, giving us a little clue as well about Nadal waving to the crowd?
Yeah, 4-all. Good this time. Comfy hold for Alcaraz. Pressure back on Toni Griekspoor now. As we are really into the business end of this first set. Been a quick set so far, only half an hour.
Sort of Nadal saying, I think some of the sentiments that we were sharing in his press, he said that given how today went, Ferrer should choose someone else to play in the singles. However, he will be ready should he be called upon.
Yeah, he's here to play the team game. He's been saying as such for a while. I guess, look, let's face it. If there's a possibility that Rafa Nadal is healthy and able to play and able to compete, you pick him and hope for the best. And clearly that's happened, and that's not the case. But I think we'll have to see. And if Nadal's saying that, then he probably won't get chosen. And
I think
Martinez and Bautista are good bash heads in practice. And they're both concussed.
Indeed. But another wayward forehand there from Alcaraz, 30 love. But yeah, as I say, I'm very, very. I think Nadal winning would have made things interesting, because I still think that Ferrer would have a very difficult choice to make. But that the way things panned out, the way Nadal looked, I'm just watching him watch on right now. I'm not saying it's the last time we see him pick up a racket in a competitive circumstance, because he may yet play doubles either today or at some stage in this tournament. But no, I think we are done in terms of the singles. Alcaraz coming into the net, it's enough to win the point, even if he doesn't have to put his racket on it.
Yeah, it's interesting, because normally when you watch someone play singles and they lose, if it's a typical tournament, you go, right, that is their last singles match. We saw that when or that is their last match. We had that with Andy Murray at Wimbledon in the doubles and at the Olympics in the doubles. We were like, yeah, that's it. That's their last. That was his last match. That's his last doubles match. We didn't know about his last singles match, obviously, because he ends up getting injured at Queen's Club. Yeah, it's weird watching this, not being 100% sure that this is the last time. Like, this is the uniqueness of the setup that retiring at Davis Cup gives you, is that, like, it might be your last match. Depends if you get selected for the next one. Depends on your teammates if you go through.
Yeah.
30-all, by the way, second serve for Griekspoor. And Alcaraz returns it, slice from Griekspoor, into up line from Carlos. Brutal forehand exchanges going on here between both of them, really going for it. I've got the backhand to the Alcaraz, forehand inside out, backing up the line into the net, Griekspoor. And we've got break point for Alcaraz to take control of the set.
Well, this has swung pretty quickly.
It's kind of the direction I thought the set was going in. The Griekspoor break was kind of against the run of play.
Yeah, but it was broken to love, and then you're thinking, okay, 4-2.
Not broken yet, though. Not broken yet, but we might not be far off. Here we go. 30-40. Griekspoor serves, misses it. Tried to go out wide. Turns to the baseline, begins getting ready for the second serve, and Alcaraz has been all over that second serve. He's got to be smart with this. Alcaraz, that was a smart second serve. Right in the corner. It was an aggressive one. It worked. Alcaraz couldn't get a handle on it. It's deuce.
Yeah, too much.
Sort of, yeah. Is this Malaga footage?
No. This is Paris. It's a promotion for Nadal. I think it's Nike. That would be my assumption, but people are getting very giddy about it. At first, I thought it was like something, because of what the words were being said was that it was on at the Eiffel Tower, but it's not on it. It's obviously on some construction nearby.
Yeah. By the way, huge serve from Griekspoor, 222 kilometers an hour. I must say, like, when I looked at it, it took me a while to realize what was going on. I was just seeing people in like black hoodies and smoke, and I was worried what kind of footage you were showing me, and like, do I need to check the news?
No, more Nadal stuff. Yeah, check the news. Rafa Nadal is retiring.
Well, we've known that for 2 years.
Yeah. Should put this one away. Griekspoor does. That's a nice sticky position that the Dutchman was in, but he's got out of it, and now it's over to you, Carlos, to serve to stay in this first set.
Yeah, so pressure back on Carlos. Should be interesting to see how he responds to that. I'm interested. You don't think them moving the Belgrade 250 to the end of the season is convenient placement for as and when Djokovic stops?
No, I don't know if they've had that much
foresight.
Particularly as who knows when that might be. But no, I'm not sure what, because that was you obviously, wasn't it clay and around about May, I would say, because I remember Djokovic being in the final there, I think in 2021.
It was, yeah, that's what it was. But like, wasn't there a 250 in Belgrade like a couple of weeks ago?
There was, yeah. That's the one that Chapo won, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah,
got presented the trophy by Novak. Yeah. So no, I don't know what the thinking is there, or maybe they just saw. I mean, the clay season is a little tricky at the moment, trying to find spots and stuff. Obviously, Estoril
tough out of that.
Yeah, Estoril will be because Tirak is his name. I forget his first name, but the former coach of Becker, the multi-billionaire guy who seems to have a stranglehold on a few tournaments. He's got a clay tournament in Bucharest, I think, that's now entered the calendar, which I think is the tournament that's kind of shoved Estoril to the side. But I think Estoril's demotion, I think, is going to be temporary. Yeah, it's going to be temporary. I think 2026, it might be back at the 250 level.
Yeah, and of course, it's the best 250.
Indeed. Best tournament ever on all levels. No, don't call them oligarchs, indeed, Ghosty.
Backhand out from Alcaraz, 15 all after a backhand exchange. Griekspoor's got a foothold in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, this is a big game for Carlos because he has to win it if he wants to stay in this first set.
He does indeed. Looking smarter than he usually does when he plays for Spain, because for some reason they put their players in collars. Ace from Alcaraz, 30-15. Kid in the crowd looking very happy with this. What do we think? If this goes to a doubles, are we covering it?
Yeah, I probably will at least. I don't know how your energy levels will be by then.
I probably wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh, what an improvised drop shot from Carlos Alcaraz. The ball was almost at his feet. He almost had to scoop it up and over the net, and it still died too soon for Botic Vander's, Tana Griekspoor to reach it. Like, look at this. Like, he gets underneath it before it even bounces and caresses it over the net. That is beautiful.
Yeah, no, that's a touch.
That's the kind of thing that made me that makes me think like Alcaraz. Like, Alcaraz is like the most exciting player to watch on tour right now, ATP wise.
Oh goodness me, yeah, for sure. Certainly the upper echelons of the game, anyway. And he holds serve with an ace, so we are 5-all.
Ghosty, to answer your question, can they be retired or do they have to be active? Because I know who my answer would be, like, overall. I guess current players, maybe on Shabir.
But
ATP,
he's
ATP.
Yeah, Shabir's a good one, but for me, ATP is quite easy.
Alcaraz.
Yeah. Just because the word that improvise is the key, you know.
But they're saying all time? No, in which case my answer definitely changes. Federer.
I see all time, is it, Nick? Was it Life on the Line? Which ATP? But is it all time? I just assume it's which ATP star. Yeah, maybe it's of all time.
Yeah, well, he's followed up with a client saying all time. So yeah, I'd go with Roger.
Okay. Yeah.
He was the king of making up shots.
Yeah.
In a way that Rafa and Novak never didn't do as often, I find. Certainly when I watch their highlights reels, like Federer is just, did he just invent that? Whereas Nadal and Djokovic were very much more, how did he dig himself out of that and hit a ball from that place in the court? 40 love.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to wholeheartedly throw my weight behind it in an Elon Musk, Donald Trump way, and I'm not going to be salivating and retweeting and suggesting everything you do is perfect. But I'm also not going to oppose it, even on this special day. Have you seen Have you seen? A hold there from the Netherlands. So it's back over to you again, Alcaraz. Did you see Federer's statement on Nadal?
I've seen it being released. I basically went. I just went for the TLDR. I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, I've read the whole thing. It's not super long, but it's nice.
Yeah, it's kind of what I would expect, really. Dave, how would you define Alcarazing? Like, what is Alcarazing? Do you mean, is Alcaraz kind of which version have we got? We've definitely not got the one that's a little bit sluggish and needs waking up, but I'm not entirely sure we've seen him at his most locked in and sort of exciting yet either. Though he's hit some very nice shots with that sort of overhead backhand volley, the brutal, there's a couple of brutal forehands you would expect, and then that touch volley that's sort of scooping the ball up before it bounced. I mean, that was the shot of the match.
Indeed, yeah. He's not been, Alcarazing could also be, sensational, lights out, unbelievable stuff that you're just gasping at. There's been a couple of moments like that, but is he also hit and miss as he can be in this part of the season? Yeah.
Oh, there's a drop shot followed by a volley that Griekspoor cannot pick up. 15 love.
So that's Alcarazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty much just done that, actually. Especially with the fist pump. Uh, 15 love. Ace from Alcaraz. Efficient. 30 love. Yeah, I think, I mean, like, Dave, he's been doing that, like, he's been trying to engage the forehands. It's a bit hit and miss, but for the most part, it's been nice. That was the first drop shot we've seen from him today, but he has been locked in with the fist pumps, and he has been looking to his box, looking to get everyone fired up.
The Spanish bench right now are not fired up compared to how they were an hour ago, but that may change, of course.
Griekspoor net, 40 love. I think we're going to a tie break here.
You'd think so. Yeah, tries to go big on the forehand there. Change the dynamic of the rally. 3 game points for Carlos to force that tie break. Dutch fans looking a bit more concerned than they were. Of course, we did get to 4-2, Dave, with a break for Griekspoor, which I think Alcaraz got back immediately.
It was immediate, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, ace from Alcaraz to finish.
Second serve ace. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe I'm just about to watch it. Yeah, he goes quite big on that second serve. Maybe the 40 love lead helped him feel like, you know what, I'm going to go for a big second serve here. I'm not sure if he was break point down in the 5th set of a Grand Slam final. Not sure he would have gone quite as big.
Right, tie break. How do you see this one going?
I'm going to go Carlos.
Yeah, I'm going to go Carlos as well, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Griekspoor stole it. But I'm like, yeah.
Congrats, Poti, but that must have been a difficult situation for you, even though you won. Poti, how was your speak a bit about that?
Whatever audio that was, it's coming in and out. Very interesting.
Sorry.
As we're into a long rally to start this tie break off. Alcaraz goes up the line with that cross court to the net from Botic. Talon. Way behind the base. Slaps it. And it's 1-0 Spain immediately with the mini break. I just need to stick to countries, I think.
Yeah, sometimes that can help. I certainly was saying Slovakia a few times earlier on this morning.
Oh, yeah. Were you covering that match as well? You've been on stream all day.
No, I had a couple of hours between off after Raducanu. No, I didn't do the whole of the UK against Slovakia. I just did the first match between Emma and yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah,
19 or 20 shot rally. Either way, it was a pretty lengthy one.
Yeah. I mean, my question of have you been streaming all day? Sounds similar to Homer. Have you been staying up all night eating cheese?
Are you a Simpsons fan?
I do enjoy a good bit of Simpsons. Yes.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I love the absurdity of it. I mean, my love of it, obviously, like most people, think it's gone on way too long, but not as funny as it used to be. But still raise a chuckle now and again. But like, yeah, the classic episodes from like the 90s and the early 2000s still give me a laugh, and I'll still give you a good reference. Obviously, great tennis episode of The Simpsons involving the Williams sisters, Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi.
Okay, I'm not familiar. I mean, I'm sort of a dip in, dip out guy for The Simpsons, and I mean that over 3 decades rather than the last few years. By the way, talking of in and out, Alcaraz is in right now with a mini break advantage and 2-love. I see Bostic van der Zandschulp is now looking on as well.
Oh, great. Now he's actually in the room. That's going to make it even more confusing. 3-0 Spain as Toni Griekspoor tries to sort of slice a forehand that goes well over the baseline. Yes, Dave. Surely John is the one. Gets out the sunglasses. Flies off a skyscraper. Right. Huge serve. By the way, in case I am making Matrix references for those who can't see the chat. Oh my word. Okay, so Griekspoor resolute defending at net, trying to take control, ends up slicing a backhand volley well out of court. It's 4-0 Spain.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I was exactly Nostradamus in my prediction of Griekspoor winning this tiebreak, but yeah, I did tell you. Alcaraz, I mean. God, I can't even get Alcaraz and Griekspoor. I get you with the Griekspoor and Bostic confusion, but now I'm making it even worse.
Do we even know what we're doing? No, but we do it anyway.
Not really. No, not really.
It doesn't look like he knows what he's doing anyway, with that forehand going well over the baseline. 5-0 to Alcaraz. Well in control of this tiebreak.
Indeed.
Yeah, maybe we need to, Ghosty, maybe John and I need to rename our sort of name tags on the stream.
Yeah.
It's more or less how it happened, Ghosty, actually. Looking at your latest one. Latest message there. It's pretty much how it happened. 5-0 Alcaraz. Let's see if we can get to 6 set points. Put the first serve into the net. So it's not going to be too spectacular. Whatever happens next. 5-0. Second serve. Delivers it out wide. Backhand cross court from Griekspoor, well out of court. 6-0 to Alcaraz. Are going to change sides. And then, 6 set points ahead of us. Can Alcaraz play the perfect tiebreak?
Well, yes. I mean, in terms of the points, I think Griekspoor, though, would be a bit disappointed with the way he's given away a couple of cheap points. You don't want to be giving Carlos a couple of cheap points.
You don't want to give anyone cheap points, but let alone anyone who could just take them for themselves quite easily. Back in the day, you definitely didn't want to give Rafa a cheap point because you knew he was going to, because he would make you work hard to win any of them. Okay. Alcaraz. Serving, delivers, out wide, too good a serve, unreturnable. Alcaraz gives the biggest and longest vamos in the history of vamos.
In the history of Vamosing.
And heads back to his chair and quietly sort of fist bumps down for air. And he's a setup.
Indeed. We'll take a quick break and then we'll be back with you for the second set. Which video shall I choose? I'll choose this one. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. All things tennis indeed. So, Alcaraz now obviously was down a break for 2, reclaimed that break immediately. I felt as though he had some momentum going into that tie break, but indeed he ends up sweeping Griekspoor aside without even losing a point. I think he didn't lose a point on serve. Am I right? He served that out with an ace, didn't he, at 40 love?
Yeah, like 7-0.
So, that's 11 points in a row.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Wow, 11 points in a row?
Yeah. 7 in the tiebreak and 4 in
oh yeah.
I
think it's 11 service points. No, you're right. 11 points total.
Yeah, 11 points total. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Which,
well,
bearing in mind,
thing that when commentators mention it, the person immediately loses the next point.
yeah, but bearing in mind at least 3 of those were on Talon's serve, is pretty impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Talon's start. Yeah, I think it would have been 4 service points for Carlos and 3 for Talon because Talon served first. I think the players are having some kind of break.
Yeah, 4 on Talon's serve then.
Yeah, 1-0.
Yeah, and he would have served first because Carlos obviously served. So yeah, Carlos served, didn't he, to get it from 5-6 to 6-all. So yeah.
Went 1-0, 2-0. Yeah. Yeah, 4 and 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Clearly, the players get a longer break than we do. I think Talon's gone off court.
Oh, Talon's gone off court, has he?
I don't know. Like, we're just seeing crowds bouncing Spanish flags around, and I can't see who's on or off court. But I'm assuming, given Alcaraz went to sit straight down, I'm going to see it's Talon has gone off court.
I see a flag there. Murcia con Alcaraz. Murcia is a city, but it's also a region in Spain, and of course, it's where Carlos is from. And it's just Murcia with Alcaraz and painted on the Spanish flag. Well, at the moment, it looks like we're going to get the doubles.
Yeah. Probably Alcaraz and Gonzalez taking on Van der Zandschulp and Koolhof. Interestingly poised tie, I think. That one could go either way. And yeah, that's obviously to keep Spain in it. Pending, obviously, the winner of this tie plays Canada or Germany. Germany without Zverev, Canada without Felix.
So who's the German number 1? Is it Struff?
The guy you spoke to.
Indeed, yeah. So I make Canada. And so who's in the Canada lineup? Is Felix there?
No, Chapeau is, though. Chapeau's the number 1.
Okay.
So
Chapeau, bit of form.
Number 1 match.
Bit of form for Chapeau with that title win. Raonic number 2, did you say?
Raonic's number 4. Diallo's number 2.
Diallo's number 2. I'm leaning Canada, but only slightly.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And then I would lean.
But then they've got Krautz and Puetz on the Germans' doubles team. So if Canada gets one of the singles, which is possible, then
I would lean
singles,
Spain if they qualify against whoever, Germany or Canada.
Oh, I would agree with that. I think Netherlands would be a bit more of a even Stevens.
Yeah. And then who's in the other half?
So the Italians are playing the Argentinians.
Yeah.
Advantage Italy because they've got Sinner and Berrettini. And I believe the US is playing Australia. So yes, that's right. US is playing Australia. I don't know who's playing in those teams. I can look it up. But yeah, so I would say Italy heavy favourites to come through against Argentina, even though Argentina's pretty strong.
Yeah.
By the way, Carlos is at 40 love in his opening game.
So again, that's 3 more points. That's 14 in a row then for Carlos. Let's see if he can make it 15 and close out this game.
I mean, that's pretty significant. That's almost 4 games worth of points.
Without even dropping a point.
Yeah, he's not dropped it. Holds to love.
So 2 service holds and a 7-0 in the tiebreak, meaning 15 points in a row. So it was the 6-5 game where, to be fair, Griekspoor did hold comfortably, but since then, 15 points in a row for Carlos. It's huge.
Who are Argentina bringing to it? Because the Italians have got Sinner, Musetti, and Berrettini.
Yeah,
that's not losing. Even though Argentina have Baez, Surundalo, and Echeverri.
Is Sonigo there as well?
No. They've gone with Vavasori and Bolelli for their doubles.
For the doubles, okay, yeah.
Be
interesting to see if one of those drops. I think they probably would bring in Sinner, wouldn't they? For the doubles they did last year. I remember when we had Sinner and Djokovic playing doubles.
Guess it depends.
And Sinner did well. Sinner did well in the doubles.
Oh gosh, my screen's pixelated and I've got no idea what's happened. There we go.
Keep up to date. Let's see if a net cord is going to clip the net and go long, and finally Griekspoor stops the rot.
And the run of points.
And it's 15 love, but not even sure if either player will be aware of that run. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Sometimes you can get caught up in the moment and not be aware. But I'm sure that he's aware that he's a set down anyway.
Yeah, that's a backhand volley into the net from Griekspoor.
Yeah.
Okay. The US Australia match.
The US have a chance because I mean I think on that does feel like a stronger half of the draw to me, with Australia, the US, and Italy,
and Argentina to a certain extent. Like Argentina, decent players in there with Surundalo and.
Yeah, I still think Argentina against. If Spain get through, I would. If Argentina for me made the final, I'd be surprised, and if they did, I'd probably still favour Spain.
Oh, I'd agree with you. 15:30, by the way, another net from Van der Zandschulp. Griekspoor. Van der Zandschulp's trying to encourage his teammate.
Now Nadal's getting involved.
Yeah, we'll talk in a minute. Let's see if Alcaraz can break, because he's currently won 17 out of the last 18 points.
We'll talk Nadal's future, shall we, after this game?
Yeah, I can do. I want to continue to hype US versus Australia, because that's going to be such a
let's do that.
But yeah, definitely Nadal's future is worth a chat, because we've been talking. That's why we're here. Net from Van der Zandt, Griekspoor. Griekspoor has net the forehand up the line, and it's 15:40. 2 break points to take control of this match for Carlos Alcaraz. Setting the break. If he can get there. Just over an hour played. There's a little racket to shake. He wants this. Hello, Bogdan. Good timing to join us. So yeah, 15-40. Griekspoor delivers the first serve wide.
Bogdan, you may well be our most recent subscriber as well. If you are, thank you. And hello.
Oh, brave second serve from Griekspoor. Alcaraz is there. Oh, he overplays the volley. Griekspoor overplays the volley, and Alcaraz wants the crowd to shout louder. The hand to the ear has gone up. He's got the break to love. And Alcaraz
Again, I mean, don't get me wrong. Alcaraz did pretty well to stay in some of those points, but still a slight gift as well. Can you have a slight gift? I hope you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I think Rafa will also be a little relieved right now in terms of, I don't think he wants to be responsible for a Spanish loss. Whatever happens.
No, I don't think he does. So yeah, the US versus Australia, and then we can talk more about Rafa. So the US team,
sure.
Taylor Fritz, Tommy Paul, Ben Shelton, with Austin Krajicek and Rajiv Ram in the doubles.
Oof, yeah, that does sound strong.
The Australia team, Alex de Minaur, Alexei Popyrin, Jordan Thompson, and Thanasi Kokkinakis and Matthew Ebden for the doubles.
Oh, Purcell's not there?
No.
Okay. But still.
I mean, like, US overall slightly stronger team, but wouldn't say that Popyrin and Thompson would be uncompetitive against.
No, the eyes very much will be on Spain for obvious reasons. But probably the tie of the round of the four is that Australia-US clash. I mean, that's a heavyweight Davis Cup clash in terms of those names and combinations.
Exactly. I think there's going to be a lot of sort of hardcore tennis fans who are salivating at all of the matches in that tie. Very love Alcaraz, who, I mean, where are we at now with his
Yeah, he's dropped. I'm gonna say he's lost 1 point out of the last 7,000.
Yeah, something like that. I'm just doing the maths now. It's 11, 15, 19-1, 21-1 at the minute.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, 21 of the last 22 points.
He's just lost that point after a heck of a return from Toni Griekspoor. Forces the error.
The good news is we probably don't need to remember anymore, unless he goes and wins the next 10, and then it'll be like, oh, he's won 30 of the last 32.
He literally dropped 2 points after going 6-5 down in the opening set.
Yeah.
Yeah. 30-15. Here we go. Well, second set for Alcaraz. He doesn't want to drop the level here, because otherwise then this match becomes way tighter than he needs it to be. Backhand from Alcaraz, the forehand of Griekspoor, forehand to forehand at the minute. Alcaraz goes still because he's going cross court. Now gets the high ball, slow ball, gets the job done with that winner, 40-15.
For those of you just tuning in, do hit the like button. And if you hit subscribe, you can join the live chat. 40-15, 2 game points. It's looking very good right now for Alcaraz, for Spain, and for a potential doubles match, which pretty sure Alcaraz will be lent on one way or another.
Oh, that is for sure, I think. That's nice from Alcaraz to finish the game off 3-love. So there we go. Yeah, so Alcaraz will probably be lent on. Nadal will probably not play. He's going to struggle with recovery, and I guess that leads us into, as Bogdan is also currently mulling over how they feel post Nadal's match. What does Nadal have to look ahead to? What is your thoughts on Nadal's future, John?
I mean, listen, it's pretty random. It probably a nice holiday or two, I would imagine, over the next few months. Are we going to see him? Because there's sort of 3 paths apparent, and let's at least talk about the next couple of years. One is a Pete Sampras type path, and one is a Roger Federer type path, and another one is a Juan Carlos Ferrero or Carlos Moya type path, albeit with those last two, I do think they had a spell away from the sport before ultimately coaching players at the top of it. Probably I see a Roger Federer type couple of years for him in terms of, I think he hasn't really given us many clues, because Roger didn't he, in that retirement speech? He said that I'll never leave you. And I think he was almost closing the door on a Pete Sampras disappearance, and Agassi to a large extent as well. Now, I know they have fleetingly reappeared, Sampras in 2009 for the Federer-Roddick final when Federer usurped him in the Grand Slam race. Occasionally exhibitions. I remember both of them playing alongside Federer and Nadal at the US Open or pre-US Open in an exhibition. But you know what I mean? Those two have largely kept their profiles very low since retiring. Roger Federer has not been, there all the time, but we do see him occasionally, such as at Wimbledon last year in the Royal Box, and such as, I think it was one of the Asian swing tournaments, I'm going to say Shanghai, I think it was the 1000, was it, when he was there? So, yeah, I that's my guesstimate. He's obviously got the academy as well, and that'll keep him pretty busy too. I don't expect to see him. I don't expect to see him in Martin Landalusa is a player, for example, that springs to mind, just because he's a player that's probably not got a high-profile coach and is at that part of their career. Because I don't see him being RBA's coach or Carreño Busta's coach. But anyway, I don't see him also being a coach in the next couple of years. Maybe he'll end up being one day, but I don't know. That's just my guesstimate, but it really is a guesstimate.
I mean, do you think he'll want to take a much more active role in running the academy, or will he?
I think he'll
doing it.
Basically, his uncle Toni has a pretty active, in fact, extremely active role there in terms of the young players that are there, and in terms of obviously Toni. I saw him with his son recently at the academy, and so Toni is there. Listen, if you go to the academy and you're there for a couple of days, I'll be surprised if you don't see Toni somewhere. Whatever time of the year, especially as he doesn't have any responsibilities now with Felix or anyone else, or obviously with Rafa. So, yeah, 3-1.
Yeah,
so Toni has an active role there, but I don't expect Rafa to take on such a role, other than occasionally just appearing to see how things are going.
And you see it with like the greatest of the greats, like they don't tend to take a coaching role or anything like that. Very rarely even take commentary roles or anything like that, which I don't think suits Nadal. I think I agree with you. I think he's probably just going to take his place as kind of a statesman of the sport in a way that, Roger's done, Rod Laver has done, and kind of go down that route.
He's got his challenger as well, albeit I know it's in August, so it's a long way away, but he was there at the Mallorca or Rafa Nadal Challenger. I know he was there in August, for example, which happens at least the last couple of years. It's happened, I think, during the second week of the US Open.
Maybe he'd just be a stay-at-home dad.
And there's the stay-at-home dad, which is also part of, I think, Roger's responsibilities post-career. They may at some point, and maybe Rafa even more so than Roger in a way. I feel that the coaching is something that does appeal to Rafa. I think maybe even more than Roger, just in terms of the way I see him very active with the Spanish team, either during Davis Cup or United Cup, I remember, and ATP Cup as well.
Could be Spanish captain.
Say again?
Spanish captain.
Yeah, maybe. But again, there's not really a sort of need or a space for it right now.
Ferrer seems to be doing a decent job.
Say again? David Ferrer,
doing a decent job.
Yeah.
But so Carlos is
like if Ferrer was 60 or something like that, you might see things differently. But
yeah. Yeah, by the way, Carlos has held to love for 4-1 and seems kind of very much in control here. Obviously, he's only the one break. One slip up could be a problem. Equally, he could be hunting to break the Griekspoor serve here and get it done relatively quickly to stay as fresh as possible for this upcoming doubles match, which will obviously decide who makes the semi-finals and and the outcome of this first quarter-final.
Yeah.
Obviously, Canada and Germany are tomorrow during the day. I think it would make most sense to me before the final of the Billie Jean King Cup takes place in the evening between Italy and Slovakia. And Griekspoor nets, love 15.
It's very much getting away from the Dutchman right now.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. There's a lot. The minute he's just trying to keep up with Alcaraz, and the effort in doing that is quite substantial. And you can see why the head-to-head is currently 4-0 and could be set to be 5-0. And like Alcaraz has no problem with that second serve, goes up the line with the backhand, and yeah, that's a running forehand miscue from Griekspoor, and it's love 30. Alcaraz looking to strike some killer blows. He just nods to his box, shakes his racket, then spins it like a gunslinger.
Yeah, I've seen him do that a few times.
Oh, yeah. Effortlessly cool. As is that ace from Toni Griekspoor. Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz, I think, is the one who's kind of gets everyone. That will probably be the one who's winning the highlight reels for next 10 years or so. Provided he stays fit. Another huge serve from Griekspoor. He's going to take on the short ball. Goes where Alcaraz isn't. 30-all. Nadal still on his feet, cheering on, clapping, encouraging.
He was a bit subdued for the first few games when he appeared, which he was at the end of the first set, I think, or maybe. But now he's very much into it.
Oh yeah, he still loves his tennis. He's still going to be so invested in the sport, I feel like. Untenable serve from Griekspoor, 40-30. That's going to help him out a lot. I mean, do you think? Yeah, I would imagine that all of the top players are going to still continue to watch the sport and follow it for enjoyment's sake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know to what extent Pete Sampras, for example, in particular, still enjoys the sport. I don't know. Maybe, some of these players do have a sort of Andre Agassi in particular had a love-hate relationship with the sport, and I think he's probably in love with it maybe more now than he was when he was a player. I mean, we've seen Andre probably a bit more in the last few years in terms of Newport. I've certainly seen him there and thereabouts. And
it's a rocket forehand winner from.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that one now from Griekspoor to hold after being 15
best shots of the match.
Yeah, that was a demon shot.
Do you mean like a de Minaur shot?
Indeed, a demon shot like de Minaur. Maybe slightly better than him because de Minaur's excellent, but that's a wonderful forehand there. Yeah, Graf as well, very much, taking a step back. I know we've seen a bit of pickleball stuff from her, but
yeah, they kind of comes in and out as and when she feels like it.
Celes, we see her Indian Wells. That's about it every year.
She makes public appearances. I don't think she does interviews so much.
Right. Does she appear at tournaments outside of Indian Wells?
Yeah, she appears in tournaments in the crowd and whatnot.
Okay.
Oh, that's a wonderful drop shot from Carlos Alcaraz. Just wonderful, wonderful ball control. Love 15. That was almost a Strokes drop shot.
He disguised that from probably everyone on the planet except for me because I knew it was coming 30 seconds before.
Because Nick blew the surprise.
If only Talon Griekspoor had my foresight.
If only Talon Griekspoor had Nick in his ear 30 seconds in the future.
Indeed.
Could that be cheating, but I think that would be like Alcaraz is going out wide, which he just did for an ace, 30 love. Second serve ace again, I think. a serve volley as well coming in behind.
He was going to, yeah.
Ghosty continue to list names there. Jimmy Connors comes in and out of the media. Pat Rafter, yeah, he's disappeared. I think I've heard one interview.
Go on. What's the one interview? Because I've got one as well, but it might be the same one.
Tennis podcast when they reviewed 2001 Wimbledon
Yeah,
final.
that's the one. Yeah. So we have heard the same one then.
Yeah, For You Love. Yeah. For You Love Alcaraz, yeah. Huge serve. That defeat's still pretty painful for Rafter, although I imagine it would be more painful for Ivanisevic had the result been reversed.
Yeah, again, that's a conclusion they come to, and I think I concur with that.
For You Love. Alcaraz serves, and it's too good for Griekspoor to try and get back in play. Alcaraz is one game away from this leveling this tie up 5-2 in the second set.
Yes, leveling the tie up. It's kind of going the way we expected. Maybe we're a little bit surprised that
Griekspoor made a set of the first one. He made it competitive, and
yeah, exactly. Maybe that's a bit surprises me. Him getting that 4-2 lead, but since taking that 4-2 lead, he then proceeded to lose 4-2 to 6-all. So he lost 4 of the next 6, and then he's obviously gone on to lose 5 of the next 7. So it's been a bit of a run, but basically it was that run of 15 points in a row or 19 out of 20 that killed him.
Dave, I think Muscles is still around, but again, only sporadically. He shows up to the odd Australian tournament. I think he is showing his age now.
Who?
Ken Rosewall. He was known as Muscle, ironically.
Okay. Didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was him. It was him or like there were, but basically he was known as that ironically because he was actually this really scrawny kid.
Oh, okay.
There was a lot of kind of ironic names in that sort of generation of Australians. Several generations of Australians that came through. Oh yeah, I am right. It was Rosewall. Yeah, because Rod Laver also had an ironic nickname growing up. I can't remember what it was.
I mean, I know what it is now. Rocket.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Rocket. Yeah, well, maybe it wasn't.
Alcaraz Smiley.
No, yeah, I think it was an ironic nickname at the time.
for him as well, because he just wasn't that powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, just looking it up. So. Oh, it's because he's from Rockhampton.
Oh, okay.
Rockhampton Rocket.
There you go.
So it wasn't ironic. Yeah, the Aussies like to sort of their nicknames aren't necessarily, if you're not in on it, they're not obvious. $30 for the Netherlands, by the way. I got distracted.
Yeah, I got distracted as well by Nerlan.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that would require Ghosty revealing his identity, and I don't think he's up for that.
No. So that's that.
Not unless you put him behind a mask and a voice disguiser. For Your Love. Griekspoor is going to hope that Alcaraz is going to serve this one out. Yeah, so I think it's actually settling in a little bit. Ace to finish. Alcaraz to serve a 5-3.
Okay.
Davis Cup, which is the most ludicrously large trophy in the history.
It is ridiculously large. Well, the most ludicrously large Yes, I know where you're coming from, and it may be larger than the one I'm about to highlight, but it's one I believe that Nadal has won 10 times, and that's the Barcelona one. The reason why I just think the Barcelona one...
trophy.
Yeah, it's just the Barcelona one. The reason is that's an individual trophy as well. So that's sort of, the size of the Davis Cup one. At least it's one between often 5 players plus a captain and so many more. But yeah, I'll have to give it a bit more thinking. Maybe give me another 12 months to decide.
The Queen's Club trophy is also about similar size to the Barcelona one.
Yeah, maybe. But I think the Queen's Club one, it's got a couple of handles, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe the Barcelona one has as well. I need to...
They look very similar. By the way, Alcaraz won the first point with a delightful forehand, just brutal forehand winner. Just so good. And he's coming in behind on the second serve. Oh, he's dropped shots. Griekspoor's there, and Alcaraz just casually passes him, just digs it past him, and it's 30-love.
So the Barcelona one does have handles, but it also doesn't. And what do I mean by that? I mean, it looks like this. It looks like this. So so it's got handles and it doesn't. So it sort of feels more natural to not hold it by the handles.
Yeah.
I know the Queen's one is ridiculously large as well, but at least it's sort of just got the handles.
I see what you mean. It's like it is one of the most overly elaborate trophies, especially given for the kind of the level of tournament that it is.
Oh, poor Barcelona. Still 500. Still a 500.
500. So it's good. Yeah, like it's very, very beautiful trophy. But yeah, the Davis Cup, like you literally need more than one person to lift it.
Yeah, true. True. Okay.
Although it's not large, it's ridiculously heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, 40-love. Heavy.
3 match points for 1-1.
Much like the top spin on Alcaraz's forehand. Yeah, 3 points to get this tie level and go to a deciding doubles, which Dave, Alcaraz, and Granollers are currently put forward for that match. First service off the net, top of the net, and over the baseline from Alcaraz. Second serve, backhand from Griekspoor, right to the Alcaraz backhand, scoops the cross court, and up Griekspoor nets. And there's the Vamos. We're 1-1. Nadal relieved that he didn't just lose Spain the tie. We are back. We are going to the doubles, everyone. What a performance from Carlos Alcaraz, particularly towards the end.
Yeah. From the moment he broke back, when he was down 4-2 in that first set, pretty much it was one-way traffic thereafter. I did mention that central spell, pre-tiebreak, and then the beginning of the second set where he won 19, I think he was, out of 20 points. I know it was 15 in a row, but of course 19 out of 20 meant he then got that early break in the second set and he never looked back. The gap between the two ultimately was there, particularly when Alcaraz became a bit more solid. There was probably a few too many balls being sprayed, especially when he got broken. I think there were 3 very loose forehands from him. And now it's over to the doubles. And yeah, I think it's 50-50. Be interesting to see if they do change things up. But we're expecting them to keep them the same, so Alcaraz will be needed again in, I guess, about 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, 20 minutes time. I'm looking forward to it. I think I'll probably have it on, keep an eye on it, and yeah, it's going to be a good one, good way to sort of end day of tennis. I think I've certainly been enjoying the spectacle that Malaga's been putting on for the Billie Jean King Cup and for the Davis Cup. So yeah, no, I said it was Nadal Granollers, Dave. I wish it was Nadal Lopez, but we unite that gold medal winning duo. But yeah.
I'm just going to do a couple of things before I bring this episode or this. I'll probably keep the show running until the doubles.
One of our marathon stints.
Could well be. I'll see. But what I want to do is I want to share, for example, some stats from that previous encounter that we've just seen, where Alcaraz winning in straight sets, 7-6, 6-3, both pulling out 11 aces, which is pretty impressive from both players. What's this? First serve points won, 97%. That's insane if that's the case. There could be an inaccuracy here. Sometimes those stats released immediately after the match, but it is at least from the Davis Cup themselves. So, yeah, 97% of first serve points won, which I think would probably give you a good reason why Alcaraz won. But maybe that court is quickening up because Griekspoor won 73% of his first serve. Unforced errors off the racket of Talon. We did feel as though that was quite a lot again during that central part of the match, which was so significant. 22 off his racket over the course of the match and just 12 from Carlos. Break points won. Griekspoor had one. He took it, but it wasn't enough. Carlos Alcaraz winning in straight sets, leveling the tie up at 1-1.
Leveling the tie up 1-1, and yeah, apart from that wobble where he got broken, which was very much against the run of the match, I think if he hadn't got broken, it probably would have been a fairly more straightforward match than we saw. Yeah, came out, got the job done for Spain, as you would hope from your number one player. Yeah, no sign of nerves. He's pumped up, he's ready, he's motivated, as he usually is when he plays for his country. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he does in the doubles, and if they win, the rest of this tournament.
Indeed. I am going to bring this stream to an end and probably do a separate stream for the doubles. But by the way, in terms of the doubles, whether it'll be a post-doubles reaction show or whether we'll do a watch-along or whether we sort of do what we did yesterday, I think it was, or 2 days ago for Poland, Italy. I think it was 2 days ago, actually. And we just did a third set and then a stream, which obviously was pretty dramatic as it ebbed and flowed. I think it was Poland, Italy. We did it was Iga's singles match against Paolini. We did a third set one for, but whatever. I do want to share one more thing with you as well, actually, Nick, which was this message that we touched upon earlier from Roger, which was released earlier today. Vamos, Rafa, it begins as you get ready to graduate from tennis. I've got a few things to share before I maybe get emotional. Let's start with the obvious. You beat me a lot. More than I managed to beat you. You challenged me in ways that no one else could. On clay, it felt like I was stepping into your backyard, and you made me work harder than I ever thought I could just to hold my ground. You made me reimagine my game, even going so far as to change the size of my racket head, hoping for any edge. That racket head changed, by the way, coming at the end of 2016 and changing his game, as he mentions there. I think it has been highlighted before, but it's good that Roger is actually just confirming it. He's kind of attributing to him changing his game due to one other player, and that player, of course, is Rafa Nadal. I'm not a very superstitious person, but you took it to the next level. By the way, Rafa's actually not that superstitious either. He says it's just he likes the rituals to help him focus. But anyway, your whole process, all those rituals, assembling your water bottles like toy soldiers in formation, fixing your hair, adjusting your underwear, all of it with the highest intensity. Can you adjust your underwear with high intensity? Anyway, secretly, I kind of loved the whole thing because it was so unique. It was so you. And you know what, Rafa? You made me enjoy the game even more. Of course, Rafa was once asked, I think, in a Vogue interview where he said, who was your least favorite opponent? And it's Rafa Nadal. Who's your favorite opponent? Rafa Nadal. And I think we get those sentiments what he means by both extremes. Okay, maybe not at first, he says. After the 2004 Australian Open, I achieved the #1 ranking for the first time. I thought I was on top of the world. And I was, until 2 months later, when you walked on the court in Miami in your red sleeveless shirt, showing off those biceps, and you beat me convincingly. All that buzz I'd been hearing about you, about this amazing young player from Mallorca, a generational talent, probably going to win a major someday. It wasn't just hype. We were both at the start of our journey, and it's one we ended up taking, together. 20 years later, Rafa, I have to say, what an incredible run you've had, including 14 French Open titles. Historic. You made Spain proud. You made the whole of tennis proud. I keep thinking about the memories we've shared, promoting the sport together, playing the match on half grass, half clay, breaking the all-time attendance record by playing in front of more than 50,000 fans in Cape Town, always cracking each other up, wearing each other out on the court, and then sometimes almost literally having to hold each other up during trophy ceremonies. I'm still grateful You invited me to Mallorca to help launch the Rafa Nadal Academy in 2016. Actually, I kind of invited myself. I knew you were too polite to insist on me being there, but I didn't want to miss it. You've always been a role model for kids around the world, and Mirko and I are so glad that our children have all trained at your academies. They had a blast and learned so much, like thousands of other young players. Although I always worried my kids would come home playing tennis as lefties. Yes, indeed, we understand that sentiment too. And then there was London, the Laver Cup in 2022, my final match. It meant everything to me that you were there by my side, not as my rival, but as my doubles partner. Sharing the court with you that night and sharing those tears will forever be one of the most special moments of my career. Rafa, I know you're focused on the last stretch of your epic career. We will talk when it's done. For now, I just want to congratulate your family and your team, who all played a massive role in your success. And I want you to know that your old friend is always cheering for you and will be cheering just as loud for you for everything you do next. Rafa that. Best always, your fan, Roger Federer. How about that, Nick?
There you go. That's a clearly heartfelt message from a respected friend and rival. Fitting way. I hope that he does show up. Maybe he can't make it, but hopefully he does show up to say goodbye to Rafa whenever that is. Was today that? Guess we'll find out.
I'm looking forward to seeing them as well in a tennis stadium sat next to each other. Probably making each other laugh. Whether they do it quite to the fits and giggles extent as they did in that clip from about 15 years ago. Do you know the one I mean?
Oh, I know exactly the one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
wasn't it? So
it's just gold. Where they just Rafa with his English then, which is one of the many aspects that he has improved over the last 15, 20 years. But it's so amusing as Rafa tries to say, you know what? I'm going to come and play an exhibition. I think those are the words that Rafa's trying to say. But anyway, that is that. Rafa Nadal's, I think his singles tennis career has come to an end, but Spain are still very much in this Davis Cup tie. And on that note, I'm going to say to everybody else, well, do you want to say your line and then I'll say mine?
I mean, do you want to swap lines?
We can try it. Do you know my line?
maybe not. Let's do this. Take seriously. I just want to say thanks for everyone for watching. Till I see you next time, take care and keep talking tennis.
And you know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.